The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the guest chaplain, Pastor Doug Hinkle of Garden City, Kansas, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Rogers.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the privilege it is to come before your throne this morning. Thank you for your amazing love for each member of this chamber. I ask that you bestow your divine favor upon this body, collectively and individually. Give them your perspective and your wisdom as they study and debate the often challenging matters before them. Father, I pray that we would each be peacemakers. Peacemakers who release tension rather than intensify it, who seek solutions and find no delight in arguments. Peacemakers who calm the waters rather than trouble them, who generate more light than heat. I ask that you give each member a positive attitude. May their goal be your best for the people of Kansas. I pray that you would fill this chamber with your spirit of hope and peace in anticipation of what you will do in and through this body in the waning days of this 2025 legislative session for your glory and the betterment of all Kansans. In Jesus' name, amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Has every member had an opportunity to record their presence? I'm waiting for my minority leader to get up here. Maybe the one and only time I can do that. Has every member had an opportunity to record their presence? Be sure to punch your button. I'm trying to keep the clerks from having to do a whole bunch of work. Let's get your button punched. The attendance is still open. Please get your buttons punched. Okay, clerk will close the roll. Speaker recognizes Representative Mosier on a point of personal privilege.
You guys are good? You guys are good? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, if you will, 2 more coaches and 2 more student athletes and 2 more state trophies on the other side, over here to my left. The Twin Valley League is composed of 11 schools: Axtell, Blue Valley Randolph, Centralia, Clifton Clyde, Frankfort, Hanover, Highland Doniphan West, Lynn, Onega, Valley Heights, and Washington. In the last 11 months, we have had 7 state championship teams in the Twin Valley League, all in my district. Washington County High School Girls Track and Field, 2024 Class 1A state champions. In 2024, they repeated as back-to-back Class 1A champions in Kansas State Track and Field Championships, winning 2023 as well. Every young lady who competed for Washington County placed in the top 8 in at least one of their events to all contribute points to the winning team score. Today I have with me Coach Jerry Baker and K-State freshman Kirsten Tholstrup, who was a member of that team. Hanover High School was not available to be here today because of the weather up north. They were 2024 Class 1A Division II volleyball champions, going 42-1, only dropping 3 sets all season long. They were the Twin Valley regular season and tournament champions. They beat Lebo for the 2024 state championship, having played them 4 years in a row in the championship match. Coach Melissa Hawley was named Coach of the Year, and this was her 3rd year receiving that honor. Melissa and Anna Juneman would be here, but are not because of the weather. Hanover High School girls basketball, 2025 Class 1A Division II. This was the 3rd straight title for the Lady Wildcats on the hardwood. They won in the championship game 46-35 over another Twin Valley team, the Lynn Bulldogs. Kim Losey, the coach, and Hannah Zarabanicki would be here today if not for the weather. Now we're going to go to Axtell High School. The Axtell Eagles boys athletic teams have accomplished a trifecta in 11 months, from May of 2024 through March 15th of this year. I'm going to do the track accolades first. They are the second, this was the 2nd straight title for Axtell Eagles. They won in 2024, and they won in 2023. Last year, they scored 90 points. They were untouchable in Class 1A. Their win was the most points scored in Class 1A since K.S.gov changed scoring to include all 8 places that started back in 2013. They might just do a three-peat this spring. Axtell High School football. Here's the one I've been waiting for. 8-man Division II. The Marysville Advocate, which is our local paper, the headline read after their win in 2024, "Simply the best." Axtell snares 4th football title, wins 52 games straight. The Eagles were golden, and I mean that kind of a pun, in their 50-0 championship win over Victoria. This win culminated in a 6-year undefeated streak for the senior class, junior high and all through high school, winning. Winning 4 consecutive state championships was a first in the 8-man Division II Kansas history, and the 52-game winning streak is the longest active one in Kansas among all classes. Offensive Player of the Year went to Eagles quarterback Brandon Smelsley, while his cousin Eli Brocksterman, who's here, was named Defensive Player of the Year. Coach Eric Detweiler and assistant coach Dale Busing were also honored. Both of those men have coached the Eagles since 2013. Now we're going to go to Axtell basketball. The Eagles defeated defending state champion Cunningham this year by a score of 57-39. In each of the last 2 seasons, the Axtell boys were knocking at the door of the championship game, only to fall in the semifinals. There are 2 1,000-point scorers on the Axtell team, Brandon Schmelsley and Eli Brocksterman, and they will graduate in May. Since 2021, the Eagles have brought home 4 state football titles, 2 state track and field titles, and 1 basketball title. I will also mention at this time that the Frankfurt girls won basketball last year, and we had them on the floor during last session. Also, another team in the Twin Valley League, Centralia, won state basketball this year. So, hard work, dedication, and a winning attitude exhibited by athletes, coaches, parents, and each of these small communities have been the formula for success, and it is a privilege to represent them here in Topeka. At this time, I would like to recognize additional athletes who are in the gallery, athletes and managers from the schools that were able to attend. So thank you, and please join me in congratulating the Twin Valley League. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Lewis on a point of personal privilege. And Representative Pishney.
Good morning, body. My voice dropped a couple octaves overnight, but I'm still here. This morning, I'm very pleased to be here and very proud to stand before you to ask unanimous consent for a House commendation to be paid to Paisley Powers for her extraordinary achievement in gymnastics. Last summer, Paisley, at the age of 10, competed against 320 girls ages 8 to 18 in the AAU Junior Olympics in Greensboro, North Carolina. Paisley competed in 4 events: beams, vault, bars, and floor. After 2 days of competition, she was the only competitor to advance to the finals in all 4 events. She finished 2nd in the beam and floor and 5th on vault and bars. And at the end of the competition, she had an overall score of 37.675 and was named the best overall gymnast in the entire competition, once again, for girls ages 8 to 18, and she was only 10. Paisley wants to study business at K-State and is also thinking about going on to law school, but she needs to talk to me first. She is still competing in gymnastics and is competitive in other sports as well. She recently competed in the state AAU girls wrestling competition and finished 5th in the 100-pound weight class. Paisley's accomplishment and her opportunity to compete in such a high-level competition is a testament to the extraordinary growth in girls' sports in the last 50 years, which was brought about by the passage of Title IX. Please join me in applauding Paisley's accomplishment.
You want your words spread across the journal? Representative, you want your words?
Yes, I'd ask that my words be spread around across the journal. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Bloom on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to introduce you the winningest girl wrestler in the state of Kansas, bar none. Her name is Gabby Caucus. She started wrestling at the age of 4 in the USA Kids Wrestling Program, where she was an 8-time champion. She has a GPA of 3.95 and record 126-0, including 110 pins. She has never been pinned in her high school career. She was a 2023, 2024, and 2025 4A Regional Wrestler of the Year and 2025 4A Senior of the Year. She is the first female champion in Clay Center program and the first four-time undefeated state champion. Since Kansas Girl Wrestling was sanctioned in 2021, she is the first Kansas girl to be four-time undefeated wrestler. She will attend Baker University this fall, competing in women's wrestling and track. Let's give her a big hand. I request that these remarks be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson and King on a point of personal privilege.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is our honor as representatives to recognize two separate high schools who united in academic competition to become the 2025 Kansas State VEX Robotics Champions at the recent tournament in Wichita. Baser Linwood High School earned the Excellent Award for Engineering Process and On-Field Success. Heston High School received individual recognition as Robot Skills Champions, and both Baser Linwood High School and Heston High School combined to earn the Tournament Champions Award. Now, the Bobcats have competed for the last 7 years in VEX robotics, and this is their second year sending their teams to the World Championships. With me from Baser Linwood High School, and I ask you to hold your hand up as I call it, are Lane Lamping, Zane Kievover, Blake Kite, Alan Morey, Andrew Smidling, and a former comrade teacher of mine, Coach Molly Gomes.
Thank you. The Heston team got off to a late start because of the snow in central Kansas, so they're not here. Heston Robotics just finished their 13th year in VEX Robotics with over 50 schools participating, most of which are 5 and 6A, and Heston is a 3A school. Heston, after 13 years of robotics, has 10 previous state championships. This marks the 11th state champion that they have won. Heston has achieved a high level of success in competition over the years, thanks in large part to the hardworking students, very supportive Board of Education, and equally supportive public. Robotics is regarded very high in Heston schools. Tim Van Berhijk and Isaac Schwartzengruber are the two juniors, along with their coach, who will be here hopefully sometime today. And they're juniors, and they both plan on getting into the STEM career workforce upon graduation. So it was a proud day to be able to work with the students from Bayshore Linwood, and excited to have the 11th state championship. Thank you. I move our comments be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Tim.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of HB 2085, 2182, 2238, and 2254. Announcing passage of HB 2030 as amended, HB 2044 as amended, HB 2049 as amended, HB 2061 as amended, 2075 as amended, 2168 as amended, 2201 as amended, 2333 as amended, 2371 as amended. Announcing passage of sub HB 2007 as amended by S sub for sub HB 2007. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 27, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 28, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 32, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 42, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 50, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Erickson, Thomas, and Sykes as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 84, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Warren, Titus, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 114, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Erickson, Thomas, and Sykes as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 139, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as the conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 199, request a conference, and has appointed Senators Alley, Owens, and Ware as conferees on the part of the Senate.
Speaker recognizes Representative Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 27 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor. Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 28 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor. Majority Leader Croft.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 32 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor. Majority Leader Croft.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 42 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor. Majority Leader Croft.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 50 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Estes, McNorton, and Stogsdale. Majority Leader Croft.
Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 84 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osman. Majority Leader Croft.
Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 114 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Estes, McNorton, and Stogsdale. Majority Leader Croft.
The Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 139 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. As conferees on the part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Hoheisel, Steens, and Shue. Majority Leader Croft.
Senate did not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 199 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes as conferees on the part of the House Speaker appoints Representatives Tarwater, Turk, and Sawyer Clayton. Okay, let's get ready. Now it starts. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Hoffman to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good morning, everybody. First order of business is HCR 5001. To carry HCR 5001, the chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HCR 5001 is to make an application to the Congress of the United States to call a convention of states to establish term limits for members of Congress. So I told my caucus yesterday that I was going to try something different at the well. And you know, when you're a pioneer, there's a real fine line between genius and stupidity. And I pray I fall on the side of genius. I recognize that a lot of you realize that's not possible, but nonetheless. So, normally when people get up here, what they do is they introduce the bill and then they launch into why you should vote for it. And trust me, I want you to vote for this. I want a lot of people to vote for this. But for those 20 or 30 of you who might not want to vote for it, I'm going to give you 2 reasons why you should not vote for this bill. Number 1, you hate the idea of a convention of states. You don't like it. I mean, it's in the federal Constitution, but you don't understand it. You don't know how it would work. You don't think it's a good idea. And this bill specifically calls for us to vote for a convention of states for the purposes of term limits. Well, if you don't like convention of states, you're not going to vote for it. Now, we got 24 bills today, and we could stand up here and debate the merits of convention of states if you want to, but I'm not going to, if you're a dead set against the convention of states, I'm not going to convince you, just like you're not going to convince me the convention of states is a bad idea. Number 2 reason not to vote for this bill is you don't think we need federal term limits. I used to be with you. We have term limits. It's called a ballot box, but here's the reality. Saying that we've got the ballot box is just like saying, why don't we just all go down to the casino and beat the dealer at blackjack? You can't do it because the deck is stacked against you. PACs give 90% of their federal money to incumbents at the federal level. There are only about 10% of the races every year at the federal level, and that's 435 in the House every other year. That's 435 in the House and another 35, give or take, in the Senate. So that's about 470 races. Only about 10% of those are even competitive. Most of the competitive ones are for open seats. 95% of federal incumbents win, and they will continue to win without term limits. So, but if you don't think we need term limits on federal elections, vote no for this. But now I'm going to tell you why you should vote yes for this. There is no way there is ever going to be a convention of states called for limiting terms for federal representatives and senators. It's not going to happen. We concede that. So why even bother with it? The reason to bother with it is to apply pressure to Congress. I can give you at least 3 examples, there may be 5, of when a convention of states was getting close to being called and it was preempted because the Congress went ahead and took care of the issue. So I can cite to you the 17th Amendment, and that was the amendment that enshrined direct election of senators in the states. That wasn't in the original Constitution, it was amended in, and that was because 31 states had called for a convention to address that issue. When it became pretty apparent that that was going to happen or had a real possibility of happening, Congress went ahead and took care of it. How about this one? The 19th Amendment. You remember the 19th Amendment? It established the women have a right to vote. Congress wasn't going to do it, but then when it became apparent that a convention of states might force that, Congress decided that they'd go ahead and enact that, thus preempting the need for a convention of states. Another example is the 22nd Amendment. That limits presidential terms to 2 4-year terms. Congress wasn't going to do it. But when a convention got close to being called, Congress said, well, we need to go ahead and take care of this. And why do they do that? And especially, why would they do that on term limits? Because they know that term limits are eventually going to happen. An overwhelming majority of people want term limits. Depending on how the question is asked in Kansas, it's somewhere between 70 and 80%. If it's just flat out the question, do you favor federal term limits? In Kansas, 80% say yes, we favor term limits. It's going to happen, but it's not going to happen by way of a convention of states. However, we need to get close to calling a convention of states for the federal government to go ahead and act on it. And why will they act on it? Because they want to control what the terms will be. Now, the most common numbers I hear are 2 and 4, 2 Senate terms for 12 years, 4 congressional terms for 8 years. So 20 years is the tops that you could spend in Congress. If a convention of states were ever to be called, the people at the convention would determine the term limits. The people at the convention would determine whether or not people who are there already need to be thrown out immediately. Congress doesn't want that. They want control over it. But make no mistake, eventually there are going to be term limits in this country. It may not be in my lifetime, but it is going to happen. So, for these reasons, I ask you to vote yes to HCR 5001. And with that, and again, I'll be happy to stand up here and debate you about convention of states or debate you about term limits. You're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. We got 24 bills today. I think that would probably not be a judicious use of our time. But if you want to do that, have at it, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the carrier of the bill. Did a fine job of kind of breaking it down. Once again, I know this for a lot of us, this isn't the first time we've had this discussion, and I won't plague you with questions or anything like that. I am one of those people who the carrier of the bill mentioned historically votes against convention of states for a lot of reasons that I won't go into. As long as I can remember, however, I have also been a huge proponent of imposing term limits on members of Congress. I won't, I won't name any names, but I know that we are all imagining a few of those people in our heads right now who seem to be pushing the limits of the human condition, and still very much in charge of many things, potentially out of touch with reality. And I won't go into that either. So this discussion has been a huge internal battle for me as well, and I've had a lot of discussions with constituents in my district, which ultimately is the most important thing. I've gotten emails for it, I've gotten emails against it. The conversations that I have had for term limits have been with people who are also very hesitant to vote for conventions of states. So for that reason, I'm going to say, for my caucus especially, this is something you'll have to vote your district on. I know we've heard the conversation many times, and I know that we all pretty much have our opinions formed on it as well. So I would urge you to vote your district on this one. So thank you very much.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I wanted to speak on this bill a bit. It's very important to me, and an issue I've watched very closely. I think we should all think seriously about this, because we're talking about a method of changing the United States Constitution. Constitution's not that difficult a document. I won't hold it up and get gavelled, but it's pretty easy to read. And I've read that Constitution many times, particularly this Fifth Amendment. As I look at this resolution and I read, it's not that long, and as I read the whereases, it keeps mentioning in there that the need for this is because of powerful special interest groups, third-party groups and their spending, and out-of-state donors, all of which I agree exist. But the solution brought forward with this is to limit terms of people, the representatives and senators in Congress. As I talk to people that are in favor of this, I keep asking them the question, okay, which people are you wanting to limit the terms of? And the majority of them want to limit the terms of people that are not in their voting district. They're from other states. The Constitution is very clear. We're to vote for the people that represent us and from our state and from our voting district. And we have responsibility for that. It does not give us the responsibility to deal with people from other states that we don't agree with. So we do have the power in our hands to vote for the people that represent us. And we can also petition them with the things we want them to do and the way we want them to vote. And I do those things. I think there are a couple of other things that we need to pay attention to. Article 5 is very short, and I will not read that, but it says that we do have the authority to call for a convention for the purpose for proposing amendments. It does not give us the authority to limit that to any one amendment. It says amendments, plural. And it does not give us any clear guidelines about how this convention is going to be run and how power will be divided in that. When you look at the results of the last convention in 1787, get my numbers right, and you read the things that the people attending that convention wrote, they gave us very clear and stern warnings about doing this. And so I take their warnings very seriously, and I propose that we should continue to use the methods that are given us in the Constitution, and I think that using this as a scare tactic of Congress is not appropriate. I take exception to the fact that the assumption is all congressional people are evil and we're all good. That seems to be implied here. I think the vast majority of people in Congress are quite good people, and we, the people, need to take responsibility for the votes and communication we've been clearly given. So I will vote no on this, and I encourage you to join me. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this piece of legislation. I'll say I disagree with one of the former speakers about what the terms should look like. The intention of the U.S. Senate is to be the most aristocratic chamber. That is why it is 6 years instead of 2 years in the House of Representatives. So I think obviously there's room to discuss the details of what it would look like. But I believe we should move forward with this. We're working within the bounds of the law when we convene the states. There's nothing unusual about that. It's happened in the past. It is not unprecedented. I will also remind all the women, this is how we got the right to vote. I think that we don't forget that. None of us would be here, right? I also think fundamentally this issue is about campaign finance. I don't think it would be so difficult to break down the gerontocracy that we have in Congress if we did not have rulings like Citizens United, where those seats can be bought and bought and bought and bought and bought until those people die in office. So I think until we see campaign finance reform at the national level, we should seriously consider this as a way to rein in career politicians. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we make a lot of hard votes in this chamber, but this is not a hard vote for me. In this time of political chaos, do we really need to open up any more cans of worms like Convention of States? I also think this would just hand a lot more power to our lobbyist friends, and lobbyists are not elected. I think it's kind of ironic that some of the groundswell of support about this issue is the result of lobbying. Many mailers were sent against me because I refused to sign this pledge to vote for term limits. This is a bad idea. I think that it would incentivize getting rid of some institutional knowledge, and that would give all of the power to the lobbyists. So I'm a hard no on this, and I really don't think it's a very hard vote to take. So I would encourage you to exercise caution and vote no along with me. Thanks.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HCR 5001. First, I echo the remarks of the previous representative. They are accurate. Let me extend upon those remarks. I have a relative who ran lobbyists all over the country for a major corporation, and he makes no bones about the fact that they loved states where there were term limits because, as the previous representative said, the lobbyists are there every year year in and year out. But they have a new crop of legislators every 10 years, basically. And he says it gives us tremendous power. And not only does it give the lobbyist power, it gives the administrative state power, because those bureaucrats aren't subject to limitations. So the only people in those state houses who have institutional knowledge and experience are the unelected lobbyists and bureaucrats. Think about what would happen in this chamber if we had a 10-year limitation. Well, first, our chairman wouldn't be sitting there because he would have termed out. And our speaker, well, he wouldn't have been sitting there either because he would be termed out. And our speaker pro tem wouldn't be sitting there because he would have termed out too. That's an exact example of why this is a bad idea, and I therefore oppose HCR 5001. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Representative Sutton.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker brings up an extremely valid point. When term limits are too short, that's exactly what you do. You hand power over to the administrative state and to lobbyists. Our neighbors to the east have learned that the hard way. If you talk to any of them, you'll realize that they don't actually control the legislation that takes place. What's the answer to that? Extend them, make them longer limits. That's not a complicated puzzle, all right? We have a number of states that have term limits and it works just fine, but their term limits are a lot longer. They say 12 years in the House or one was 16 years in the House. All right, that's a long time, but it's a limit. It's okay, it's not long for everybody. All right, I see you. But that's a long term, but it's a limit. It's not a career, well, it shouldn't be a career. It was never designed to be a career. But that brings up the exact argument in favor of this. You can guarantee if the states call a convention, if by some wild happenstance, all states sign up, all 24 required sign up simultaneously, they call a convention, those term limits will probably be too short because the states are highly reactive and are tired of seeing people there for 75 years or whatever the numbers are. That's another reason that the convention will never take place. Instead, Congress will, in fact, here, there are two reasons why Congress will step in and do this themselves if they see a movement such as this gathering steam. Let me quote something and see. I'll hum a few bars here and see if you recognize it. But this article shall not apply to any holding the office of president when this article was proposed by Congress. That's the nut right there, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 22nd Amendment when we limited the terms of office for the president. Now, the states were gathering steam to do exactly that. There was a strong push. And so Congress stepped in and wrote their own and then grandfathered that was Truman at this time, grandfathered Truman out of the term limits. And that's exactly the same sort of thing that they're going to be looking for when this gathers steam, and you know it's going to. This is the highest polling on either side of the aisle issue that you can find. It's somewhere in the upper 70%. It's ridiculously positive. This will gain steam, and Congress will set those limits themselves and grandfather themselves out. It won't happen overnight. The effect of this will not happen overnight. We might not even be alive to see the real results of this because they'll pass very long term limits and grandfather themselves out. Is that solving the solution, solving the problem? It's a step in the right direction. And sometimes, not every pass can be a touchdown. You've got to move the needle and incrementally right the ship that we have as a federal government. Also, the other item I wanted to bring up was that, it slipped my mind entirely, but nonetheless, if this gains steam and Congress knows that this is coming, they're going to have rather lengthy terms to thwart the problem of handing power over to the administrative states, and they're going to grandfather themselves out. But that's just the little bit of bitter that comes with the solution. Nonetheless, I urge you to support 5011 or 5001. Sorry, added a 1. But I urge you to support 5001. This is common sense. It's a step in the right direction. Is it a magic bullet that's going to cure all of our ills? No, it's not. But it will make a difference, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Sanders, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the comments on both sides of the issue. I do want to make sure that everybody's clear on one thing. This does not apply to the members of this body. This does not apply to the speaker or to the chair or to the speaker pro tem. This is only for our federal elected officials. And with that clarification, Mr. Chair, I move that when HCR 5001 comes up for a vote, it gets voted out favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sanders to report HCR 5001 favorable. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, let's settle down. Next order of business is Senate Bill 29. Chair recognizes Representative Droege to carry Senate Bill 29.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning, Mr. Chair. There are committee amendments to Senate Bill 29, which added some constitutional protections. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you. This is a common sense bill that simply fixes a gap in Chapter 65 in the statute, Article 1. It was recently discovered during a court case involving a Bueller High School honors student. And I might call your attention to the letter that was left on your desk yesterday from the Kansas peace officers, Kansas sheriff's officers, and the chiefs of police as proponents of this bill. The bill adds constitutional protection when actions are taken by health departments by requiring probable cause and then giving Kansans a right to appeal. This is just guaranteeing our citizens the right to constitutional due process as it is contained elsewhere in Chapter 65. It ensures a procedure is followed when taking steps to exclude, isolate, or quarantine. It does not eliminate or restrict the health department's ability to act when needed to manage an outbreak of potentially life-threatening infections or diseases. It simply ensures that the health department follow a process when acting pursuant to Section 101-129F. And when a person is wronged by actions taken under this chapter, they have a right to appeal. The committee changes were for Senate Bill 29 restricted the health department's ability to prohibit public gatherings. The amendment added some common sense accountability by including language directly from the Kansas Constitution Bill of Rights, Section 15. It also brought over language from several other aspects to make this, give it continuity and make it, give the people the right to redress. And some people might think, well, this is going to make it harder for health departments to keep Kansas safe. No, they can still take actions to keep Kansas safe. Don't we already have it covered? Well, we have it somewhat covered, but it doesn't cover everybody. There are gaps in the coverage, and this will close the gaps. And it doesn't stop quarantine or isolation. It just makes sure that people get redress and have an opportunity to be heard by a judge within 72 hours. And I might remind, this is not new language. This language is taken straight from the Kansas Constitution Bill of Rights, and it's also written in other parts of the original bill. I vigorously support this bill and urge you all to do the same, and I'll stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Urice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the carrier of the bill to give an explanation of the bill itself. And it was a question of a child that was exposed to chickenpox, and this bill was brought forth in order to try to rectify that. However, we didn't hear until much later that the child was not vaccinated. If the child was vaccinated, she would not have had to gone through the 21-day quarantine. Now that does beg other questions regarding vaccinations, but that was not a part of the bill. If the bill was only about not, having the order, having to have a court order in order to involve sheriff, deputy sheriff, or other law enforcement officers to assist in the execution or enforcement of any order regarding evaluation, treatment, isolation, or quarantine for an infectious or contagious disease, I would be fine with that. But that's not what the bill is about. There are already in statute policies that school districts, public health, all follow. And the child's family understood that they were required to sign some kind of release or some kind of paper indicating that the child is not vaccinated and could be exposed to some contagious diseases. And they knew ahead of time that if she was, then they would have to follow the isolation period. But when it happened, the family didn't agree to that. So thus, then it turned into a lawsuit. So this bill is not needed. It really isn't. Protocols are there. Families understand that ahead of time. They sign off if you're vaccinated, if you're not vaccinated. Everybody knows what the protocol is going to be, what the policy is, and they need to follow that. So I urge you to vote no on sub-bill for SB 29. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. I've been associated with the health freedom movement for several years, and I've introduced some health freedom bills myself, so I just thought I'd get up and speak in favor of this bill. And I think one of the most important things to remember about this bill is that our law enforcement agencies support this bill because they don't want to be out doing all the things that they were required to do during COVID. I think a lot of them felt that they had to go too far in enforcing a lot of these orders, and this bill basically makes it to where they're not going to be, the local health officer isn't going to be requiring our law enforcement agencies to carry out these orders. And for some of these things, it makes it a recommendation rather than an order. And I think the vast majority of the people are reasonable people that are going to comply with these recommendations that aren't going to, go out when they're sick and get everybody sick. And so I think that it's better to have some of these things be a recommendation. It's better to not put our law enforcement officers in the situation where they have to go out and arrest people and do things that they don't want to do. And so I think that we need to follow the advice of our law enforcement officers who testified in favor of this bill, and we should do what our law enforcement officers have suggested and pass this legislation. Thank you.
Further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer maybe a little different perspective on this bill. And what I would start by saying is what's missing is the clear delineation of what the due process procedure is. So a little background on it. And I know there's some people in this body that have been here since 2005. I might be looking at one right now. This subject has been covered by the legislature for at least the last 20 years. In 2005, this body passed House Bill 2264 by 122 to 1 vote, which established the procedural requirements for quarantine to avoid the spread of infectious disease and the right to appeal in order to quarantine. The bipartisan bill created a 72-hour appeal process, and thus this right to appeal has been in statute for at least the last 20 years. However, there are inconsistencies in the current statutes that do not clearly define the right to appeal a quarantine order by a local health officer. So what this really is a cleanup bill. So SB 29 is a due process issue, and as I stated, it's merely a cleanup bill for the existing statutes. There are inconsistencies in the current statute. So, some of the other things that we heard is that this bill does not limit KDHE's authority or local health authority to manage infectious diseases. The bill does provide a measure of accountability to ensure that individual liberties and rights are protected, and that's really what it's about. So again, as I say, this is a due process issue. The cleanup language in this bill will ensure that both individual liberties and public health coexist. So the bill does two things. It requires a minimal process of documentation. It really shows if there really is a public health risk, then there should be minimal documentation showing that. If the public health risk warrants excluding, isolating, or quarantining individuals, then there should be a minimal showing of what is required to do that. And secondly, SB 29 allows individuals subjected to exclusion, isolation, or quarantine the right to appeal that right to appeal protection against being wrongfully excluded, isolated, or quarantined. So that's really what this is about. It's making sure that public health and individual liberties can coexist. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would urge you to pass this bill favorably. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Droege, you may close.
I might remind the body that this is not a vaccine bill. This bill is needed so that Kansans, like the healthy honor student from Bueller, are ensured constitutional protections when they are confined to their home, and ensures they aren't precluded from redress because of a gap in the statute. I vigorously support this bill and urge you to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I report Senate Bill 29 favorably for passage.
You move your amendment, or you move passage?
I move that the committee rise and reports this amendment for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Droege to report Senate Bill 29 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Those no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is SCR 1611. To carry SCR 1611, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys. All right, we're going to hold for just a few minutes here.
for Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611. I want to remind the body what this is about is this body giving our citizens the opportunity to vote on how they would like our judicial selection to continue from here on. This is not about us deciding what way we're going to do it or what way we're not going to do it. This is about letting the people decide how they would like to follow through with judicial selection. As you all know, for the first almost 100 years in the life of our state, we had elections for our Supreme Court justices. And then we had a vacancy that was called, we call it the triple play. And we swung to a way to select our justices that was completely different. It was completely an outlier from all other states in our nation. What SCR 1611 does is it takes care of the triple play so that that vacancy issue doesn't happen again. And it gives the people of Kansas the opportunity to tell us how do they want their Supreme Court justices selected. I think we've gone over the details. I think we all understand now that we have a judicial selection committee of 9 people. By our Constitution, 5 of them are lawyers, 4 are appointed by the governor. So what we have today, I think we all understand that's what we have today. And so what SCR 1611 does, it takes that commission, that Judicial Selection Commission away. Instead, it would be give the citizens the opportunity to vote. That's what we want to put on the ballot. That is what it is. We're letting the people decide how they would like to select their Supreme Court justices. I'll stop at that and hopefully answer lots of questions. I think we've discussed this with the body. I think this is something that has been talked about for actually decades, maybe making this change. And so with that, Mr. Leader, I'll stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill, the resolution, did an excellent job just sort of describing it, but I would like to take a little bit of time to sort of go into more detail about what actually is occurring under the status quo and why it's important, how we actually got here, because that is important. We have a Judicial Selection Commission for the Supreme Court. It's made up of 9 people, 5 lawyers, 4 non-lawyers. And what they do is, so when a Supreme Court justice position is open, anybody constitutionally available can apply. If you're a lawyer, if you're over 30 years old, I believe if you've worked for more than 10 years as an attorney, you can apply. Last time around, there were 19 people that applied. And they break the nominations up, the applications up into 2 apiece. So 1 lawyer, 1 non-lawyer looks at, if they're a judge or a lawyer, all of their works, all their papers, all their decisions. They talk to references, they talk to people to get a full picture of what is going on. Then they have individual interviews with them, and they have the individual interviews that are open to the public and available for anybody to either come and watch or watch online. This is as inclusive of a process as you could possibly make it to create a system where you have the best people getting to the Supreme Court. What happened originally? Why was this an original, why was this created in the first place? The carrier of the resolution talked about the triple play. This is something that happened in the 1950s where the governor, within 15 minutes, stepped down, the lieutenant governor came up as the governor, the new governor appointed the old governor as a Supreme Court justice. And there was outrage because that's shenanigans. This new system has been in place for over 70 years now. And it works. It works. There was proponent testimony in our hearing about how we're one of the most overturned states in the nation up at the Supreme Court. Factually incorrect. I supplied that testimony or that actual research to the judiciary, to the public, as well as to the Attorney General's office. We are actually below average in terms of overturning our court cases. We're actually doing quite well. There's a reason why. Those that have merit selection, and we're not an outlier. This is the way that it's done in many, many states, and every state that has a merit selection process has never, ever gone to an election proceeding. It doesn't make sense to do so. And the reason why is that these justices, these lawyers, are not politicians. Yes, in some cases, there is an overlap between lawyer and politician. I would say this, though, if that was a Venn diagram of complete overlap, there'd be more than 4 of us in the House of Representatives here. Lawyers are not naturally politicians. Justices, judges are not naturally politicians. And when you tell someone that they're going to take their current job and now in 2 years have to run and raise upwards of $50 million. $50 million. In Wisconsin right now, it's between $50 and $100 million that the Supreme Court elections are going to take to run an effective election. That is an insurmountable task for people that are not politicians to do. Frankly, look at your own filings over the last election cycle. Did you even come close to $50 million? It is a hard ask for anybody. And the reason why, again, is because the system that we have right now works. And I'm going to tell you another reason why the system right now works and why this place that we're going to will not work. Rural representation. If we go back to the Supreme Court nominating commission, you look at the nine members. Other than the chair, the 8 of them are broken down into congressional districts, 2 apiece, as in the entire state of Kansas is represented in that commission. When they look at the applications, they're also looking for representation across the state of Kansas. That's what they are attempting to do. That goes away when you have a popular vote. When you have a popular vote, you're going to get it where most lawyers come from, which is, let's be honest, Johnson County and Sedgwick County. Those are where most of the lawyers are coming from. And we've had a debate already. We've had a vote in Johnson County on this very issue. Johnson County voters rejected it. They like the merit system. I imagine that most voters across the state of Kansas also will like the merit system because it works. This is when we talk about rural representation as well, it is not just about what's happening with the justices, and it's not just happening with the commission. Look at the work that Chief Justice Lukert and particularly Justice Wall are doing on rural representation in the state of Kansas. There are lawyer deserts where there is a growing constitutional crisis, that there is not enough attorneys to represent the people that need representing, to do the work that's needed to be done across many, many counties. And they are trying to stem the tide and make sure that this happens, that we can get more lawyers in rural areas. When we go to a political system where you're campaigning all the time, your only focus is on the next election, your only focus is on raising more money, that sort of initiative goes by the wayside. You don't have time for that sort of work while you're trying to raise $50 million. I think that the current system works. I think the current system works well. There is a reason that we switched to it. There's a reason that it's been upheld for more than 60 years. And we need to vote down SCR 1611 and keep the status quo. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Good morning again, body. The issue is pretty simple. It comes down to one thing. Do you trust the people of Kansas to select the 7 people who run the third branch of our government and who have an enormous say over our government and how it's run and on our daily business and private lives? I do, and I therefore rise in firm and vigorous support of the proposed amendment to the Constitution, SCR 1611. You see, I ran for office in large part because of my concern that we, the people of Kansas, have for the last 100 years ceded way too much power over our lives to unelected and unaccountable elite. I do not believe that is consistent with the founding principles of our republic, that power resides with the people, not unelected modern-day kings and queens. In speaking on the Rules and Regulations Amendment several weeks ago, I explained how the seeds of the migration of power away from the people happened. In the late 19th century, intellectuals argued that our constitutional system was fundamentally broken. It had a radical defect in giving the people, through their representatives, so much power. They proposed that the United States should rather be run by a small group of professional administrators who would look at every issue scientifically and, after careful study, establish rules and regulations that would have the force of law and run virtually every aspect of our lives. The hurly-burly of politics would be removed from the decision-making process. The people would answer to the lawmakers, not the other way around. And those seeds were planted in the late 19th century and then blossomed in the 1930s under the New Deal. And under the New Deal, in those 10 years, 1930 to 1940, no less than 39 different agencies, regulatory agencies, were established as what has been called an alphabet soup of agencies. The FCC, the SEC, the FDIC, the NROB. You know, you can string together almost any group of alphabet and you'll come up with one of the agencies that now run our government. And in the federal government, we now have hundreds of agencies and departments of unelected officials that regularly issue regulations and in some cases also seek to adjudicate disputes between and among people over those regulations. And in Kansas, we have over 100 agencies that do the same thing. So in 1958, this movement to take power away from the people and give it to unelected group of professionals overtook our judicial selection process. For 98 years, Kansas had selected our Supreme Court justices via elections. In that year, the state adopted a system giving power to a group of 9 individuals unaccountable to the people, 5 of whom were lawyers and 4 lay people selected by the governor. Now, the decision to eliminate the election of justices, however, had nothing to do with dissatisfaction over the election method for selecting our justices. Rather, as you have heard from both speakers this morning, it was spawned by outrage over a cynical power play by 3 unaccountable elites: a lame duck governor and lieutenant governor, and a soon-to-be retiring Supreme Court justice, none of whom, I might add, were planning to stand before the people for re-election at that time. It was a cynical power play to circumvent the normal democratic process for selecting justices, the triple play. So think about that. Ironically and troubling, the state responded to a power play by three unelected elites by taking power away from the people and handing it to a group of other unelectable elites. Rather than change the system to correct the problem that the triple play had to do with, they threw the baby out with the bathwater. When I got home late Friday night, I had a piece of mail that I opened. And I think this is somewhat providential because the next morning I was going to appear, and did, at a town hall at which this issue was discussed. And the piece of mail was from the Supreme Court of Kansas, and it was a notice of election. It said Supreme Court Nominating Commission Chair. I'll read just a portion of it. Between May 1 and May 15, 2025, an election will be held for the chair position of the Supreme Court Nominating Commission for a 4-year term commencing July 1, 2025. Goes on. This notice is being sent only to those lawyers who are residents of the state of Kansas, licensed to practice in the Kansas, and are in compliance with KSA 2170. Only lawyers who were on the certified roster as provided by the Office of Kansas Attorney Registration as of February 15, 2025, and provided to the Kansas Secretary of State are eligible to nominate and or vote on the election. So, the lawyers on the commission are elected. But by whom are they elected? By another group of lawyers, only lawyers. And in this body, only 4 of the 125 are given the right of suffrage with respect to the selection of the 5 lawyers on that commission who have a majority position in that commission. I just think that's wrong. I think it's a rigged system, quite frankly, and it needs to be changed. Let me respond briefly to just a few of the arguments that I've heard from the opponents. First, and fundamentally, these arguments come down to the same issue that was the late 19th century issue, which is, do you or do you not believe that the people of Kansas have the acumen and the ability to select the people who will run their lives? They say, for instance, that the voters are not sufficiently informed or engaged. They aren't sufficiently informed, I would say, because they have no incentive to be informed. They're not asked to be informed. They have no say in the outcome. However, with competition and elections, that would change. They would be told, they would be given the power, they would have an incentive to listen and to make discerning decisions about who they want to serve on the Supreme Court. I've heard that, well, retention is the same as an election, and with due respect, I think you look at the history of retentions. One of the conferees in our committee said that over the course of all the retention elections in Kansas, and that includes not only Supreme Court justices, but many of our lower court justices, that only one time has a judge been thrown out. Now, are you suggesting to me that of all those thousands of judges, there was only one that deserved to be thrown out of office? We all know that if there were competitive elections, a lot of those justices would have been replaced. They say that non-lawyers just aren't smart enough for this. It's it involves issues of law and lawyers know best, and how can I decide whether a Supreme Court justice is making the right decision or not? Well, I'll cite to an opponent of the amendment. In the town hall I mentioned that I attended on Saturday, there was a former judge there, a local judge, and he spoke highly of the commission system. He had gone through the system several times, and he believed in it. And one of the reasons he believed in it was because he pointed out that the layman, and there are 4 laymen on the commission, that the laymen ask very probing, appropriate questions. His point was, yes, the laymen do know how to select justices. And I agree. And I think that everyone in this body and all of the adult citizens in the gallery should have the right and duty to study and to make a decision about who serves on our Supreme Court. I've heard that, oh my goodness, we're going to allow politics in our selection of justices. Can you imagine that? Politics? Well, once again, I think politics isn't a dirty word. I think it's a means by which we have chosen from the beginning to make major decisions about who runs our lives, and we ought to respect that and rely on it. And I would ask you, do you believe that lawyers are not political? Do you believe that the laymen selected for this commission, appointed by a governor, are not political? If that's the way you feel, then I would vote against this. But with due respect, I suggest that they're all political, and that yes, politics cannot be removed from a system for selecting justices, and it wasn't and hasn't been removed by the current system. So, in brief, I believe the opponent arguments come down to this: the masses don't know what's good for them or how to pick those who lead our third branch of government. They haven't gone to law school, my goodness, and would be misled by political advertising. I reject this. The citizens of Kansas are astute, and they are able to listen to debate and controversy and cut through it and make wise, discerning decisions. The citizens of Kansas elected their justices for 98 years, but have been excluded from the process for the last 66. I am confident that if handed the responsibility again, they would elect justices for whom we could be very proud. I therefore urge, in the strongest of terms and with my strongest low-octave voice, for you to support SCR 1611.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as we heard from the carrier of the bill and from the former speaker, you know, they say they want the voters to decide whether we should have judicial elections. They think the voters should have a bigger role in the selection process. To that, I find it ironic that we have chosen to place this constitutional amendment on a ballot of a low turnout election. And I think that's because that's not really what this is about. This is about injecting politics into our court system. But the judiciary was never intended to be a political branch of the government. It was intended to be an impartial branch of the government that holds the executive and legislative branches accountable and protects the basic and fundamental rights of all Americans and all Kansans. The merit system ensures that the selection of justices is done due to their legal experience, their judicial temperament, and their qualifications, not their political allegiance. We also heard from the former speaker that these justices are not accountable to the people of Kansas or the voters of Kansas. But I would argue that they are. As we heard earlier as well, the Nomination Commission represents every single congressional district in the state, rural and urban. It's composed of attorneys and non-attorneys. And ultimately, those justices stand for a retention vote 1 year after their selection. Opponents have argued that retention elections aren't effective, but I would instead argue that the merit-based system works, which is the reason that justices are often retained. And furthermore, there's nothing that would prevent concerned citizens from mounting an educational campaign against a justice that they don't agree with, whose rulings don't align with their beliefs, to try and unseat that justice. There's nothing that prevents that right now. But it doesn't happen more often, I would argue, because the merit system works. What a partisan judicial election process would do is invite substantial amounts of misinformation, dark money, and special interests into our state and into our system of justice. An action that would predictably make that system less just. In other states that do elect their justices, bitter and expensive political battles have been the result. Voters in those states are subjected to attack ads that make it difficult for them to discern which candidate is truly qualified to hold a seat on the highest court in our state. And we've also heard that substantial amounts of money are used in these elections. In the Wisconsin judicial elections that are happening as we speak, over $100 million has been spent on their Supreme Court election, with over $45 million of that coming from dark money or special interest groups. Arkansas's elections have resulted in judicial gridlock, and in North Carolina, a partisan election dispute has prevented a justice from actually taking the bench. Beyond just the amount of money that's spent in these elections, the thing that concerns me the most is the potential there for significant conflicts of interest. Just imagine if one of those donors or businesses or interest groups has to later come before the court in a case. History in places like Oklahoma suggests that in those instances where judges are elected and there are situations in which those entities come before the court, the outcomes become increasingly predictable. Justice should not be for sale in our state. It is a constitutional right afforded to all of us in a court of law, and it should be applied fairly, regardless of political influence and regardless of money. You know, no system is perfect, but we have the merit system for a reason, and I truly believe that the merit-based selection process is the best of the 3 options that do exist. We've heard that it strikes a balance. Justices are selected according to their expertise and merit. There's statewide input on the commission, attorneys and non-attorneys. They're accountable to the people. They stand for a retention vote, and voters are allowed to weigh in. Of all the states that have changed to a merit-based judicial process, 0 of them have ever changed back. And I would suggest that this is for good reason. Merit-based systems do the best job of ensuring a fair and independent judiciary, something essential to our democracy and to the rights and freedoms of every single Kansan. Therefore, I urge this body to stand with our current merit-based system and to reject SCR 1611. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Humphries, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I do want to address just a few things that we heard about. The first one is the issue with rural representation. I want to draw your attention to the bill itself that does say what will be on our ballot for the people to vote on is that the citizens of Kansas who are qualified electors shall elect the justices of the Supreme Court. The rules applicable for such elections, blah, 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 will be provided by law. And what that means is there are different ways the election can be set up. It can be statewide, or we can have districts. A lot of the states that do have elect their Supreme Court justices, they are by district. And if that's what the body decides, if that's what your constituents tell you they want, if you're in rural Kansas, we can set it up that way so that your district, there would be 7 districts, and they would be rotated on how often they're up for reelection. It would be every 2 years, and then so on. It would be 3 sets and so on. It's in the bill. You probably have read that. So I just want to make that clear. If they're partisan or nonpartisan, that is also different states do it differently. And so that will come back to us to decide. And we want everyone should be listening to their constituents to see if they want elections, how do they want them to be operated? And then we can get that done. One other thing that I just want to mention is the idea about money that's going to go in, campaign finance. We all know elections are not for sale. They're not auctions that go to the voters with the highest business. And I'll tell you why, because in this case, we know that just in November of 2024, not every election that had the most money did that candidate win. There were a lot of them. There were quite a few across our state elections that the highest bidder didn't actually win that election. Campaign finance matters, but its influence is vastly overstated. Voters consistently demonstrate the ability to evaluate candidates on their merits, regardless of the campaign budgets. I submit to you, each one of you had people donate to your campaign. How much did that influence you and your votes? It matters, but it is vastly overstated. The system now is not insulated from money, by the way. There are campaigns. I got the same letter that the previous attorney representative got that said, okay, we're going to start electing who's going to be on the Judicial Selection Commission. I got that same letter last Friday. And so the campaigning will now start for who's going to be on that Judicial Selection Commission. So yeah, there's a vote already for that, but it's not, you know who gets to vote for that? Attorneys get to vote for that, but not the general public. One other thing I want to address is just the impartiality. Is it political? Previous speakers have said it's going to be political anyway. Right now, if the voters choose to have elections, it will be more transparent. It will be more open. I submit to you, if we asked the regular citizens across Kansas, how are our Supreme Court justices selected? They don't know. They don't know about that 9-person commission. I think maybe all of us didn't know all the details about it until this came up. If we have elections, then they will know who those candidates are. They'll know what they believe. They'll know where they're coming from. They'll know what the merits are of that particular person. I submit to you, it is more open. We also talked about conflict of interest. I think it is worth thinking about the majority of the Judicial Selection Commission are attorneys, the majority. Who are they going to appear before if they ever go before the highest court? They're going to appear before people that they had to interview, that they had to select or not select. I think it's very important to understand there's a conflict of interest now that we have. And I'll just close by saying Kansas currently stands alone as the only state in the nation that enshrines the power of the decision of who sits on our highest court with a commission of 5 lawyers, voted on by lawyers. We stand alone in that. There are 22 states that elect their Supreme Court justices. It is time to take that power and restore it to the Kansas people. This should be the easiest vote in the world for you to cast. Whether you are for or against changing our judicial election system, this vote, yes, is giving your constituents the power to make that decision for themselves. And I urge you to vote yes on SCR 1611.
Would you like to move your motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports SCR 1611 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Humphries to report SCR 1611 favorable. All those in favor say aye. No? Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is House Bill 2299. To carry House Bill 2299, the chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a committee report. I move that it be adopted as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I bring before you is a substitute bill for the original Anti-Semitism Bill. It is reduced in scope, but I think it addresses some very important things. This was brought to our attention because there are actually incidences of Jewish students having to be escorted to their activities on campus, and we'd like to send a message that we want respect of all religions. The law basically uses the definition that is adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and it opposes encouraging, supporting, raising, or participating in threatening violence or vandalism. I think that's something that we can all agree is common ground. It opposes the intent to harass or discriminate by wearing masks or concealing your identity for that purpose. It opposes anti-Semitic curriculum. But at the same time, it has a good balance because it also acknowledges the rights of the First Amendment and free speech, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill. No? Oh, okay. Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
On page 1 in line 6, after that by inserting racism. Also on page 1 in the title in line 1 by striking the first anti-Semitism and inserting discrimination. Also in line 1 after declaring by inserting racism and.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Sure, thank you. Let me read to you how it will read if you would approve this amendment, please. It would read an act concerning discrimination, declaring discrimination and racism to be against public policy defining anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic for the purposes of the law. And that's all it does. Want me further?
Would you like to stand for questions?
Yes, and I'll stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the Rules Committee to consider germaneness, please.
The question of germaneness has been called. The Rules Committee will convene to make a decision. All right, let's come back to order, everybody. Chair recognizes Representative Humphries to make a ruling.
Thank you for your indulgence of your time, body. Really a hard call, really a close call. We had good discussion back there. I want to draw your attention to one of the tests of germaneness is, does it amend specific provisions with a general provision? So for instance, if we are talking about apples in our bill and we expand it to include fruit, then it is not germane. On the other hand, if we're talking about fruit and we want to include apples in an amendment, that would be germane. And as much as I am not opposed to having an act that declares racism to be against public policy, like, let's do that if we feel like it's needed. That wording, that expanding from anti-Semitism to discrimination and racism is an expanding and super close call, but this amendment is not germane because of those reasons that I stated.
The ruling of the chair is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Nguyen.
Well, thank you, but I will challenge the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair has been challenged. I'll remind the body that this is a debatable motion. The debate by the following people. Member making the motion or making the amendment, member carrying the measure, majority leader or his designee, the minority leader or his designee. Chair recognizes Representative Estes.
I appreciate the discussion. I believe that the ruling of the Rules Chair is correct. This is a very narrowly tailored subject matter, and I believe we should support the ruling of the chair.
All right, the next is the carrier of the bill, Representative Humphries. Yeah, the carrier of the bill, Representative Humphries.
One of the four people.
All right.
The four people.
Okay. The minority leader designee, Representative Sawyer-Clayton.
All right, so body, it was a very close and very spirited discussion. I want you to go ahead and look at the bill. One of the things that we talked about was, is this expanding things from anti-Semitism to something broader? One of the things that we discussed, and one of the things that I'm sure that anyone who had the most rudimentary knowledge of history would understand, is that anti-Semitism is racism. It is tremendously racist. Anti-Semitism is discrimination. It is both of those things. So when we're talking about apples, oranges, fruit, squares, rectangles, whatever analogy you want to use for what is broad and what isn't, racism and anti-Semitism are the same thing. Ergo, this amendment is germane. I would urge you to oppose this. So vote no if you believe that anti-Semitism and racism are the same thing, which they totally are. Thank you.
All right, next be Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, this is not rocket science. This is not trigonometry. This is basic. The amendment simply said was an act concerning discrimination. It does not dilute the bill. It does not say an apple is not a fruit and all these other things, but that let's make Kansas and make Kansans clear of our intent that there's no place for discrimination or anti-Semitism or racism in the state of Kansas. That's all the amendment. There's no gotcha any place. There's nothing else. It's simple, people. We want to make Kansas right, as it says, the state, free state, home of the free. But this vote no to sustain the ruling. Thank you very much.
Finally, the Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I appreciate the conversation that we're having here, but I would strongly encourage the body to recognize a certain fact. And the fact of the matter is that we elected the good representative from Wichita as our chair. And we have a process in this body, okay? So if there's a challenge about germaneness, and the ruling of that committee and expressed by the chair is that it is not germane, I would say to you that you should uphold that particular ruling and vote yes. As it pertains to the particular language that they want to use here that is under consideration, the CAD, the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, which is Kansas Statute 44-1001, I would say it's already redundant. We've covered that. What we are doing is adding in something that is not covered for a specific purpose, for a specific reason, and we have to be efficient. Not only do we have to be efficient with our language, but we should also support the ruling of the chair, not only for precedent's sake, but also for how this body operates. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask that everyone vote yes. Thank you.
As a reminder, a yes vote will sustain the ruling of the chair. A no vote will overturn the ruling. The question arises, shall the chairperson's ruling be sustained? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Division's been called. The clerk will open the roll. You may vote. Seeing 15 hands, this is a roll call vote. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, 86 being yes, 36 being no, the ruling of the chair is sustained. We're back on the bill. Representative Nguyen, you still have the floor. Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've really struggled with this bill because I zealously defend free speech. In the Army, 25 years, I was fighting for our freedoms, including and probably most importantly, the freedom of speech and the freedom to worship as individual chooses. But something that happened here recently really kind of made me rethink my position on this bill. A few weeks ago, or a few days ago, Satanists attacked a church in Wichita, St. Patrick's Church. And they vandalized it, they spray painted it. And it occurred to me that if that had been Christians attacking a mosque, it would have been all over the country. It would have been on CNN, it would have been on Fox News, it would have been on MSNBC, it would have been all over the country, everybody screaming an outrage, an attack on Muslims. But because it was an attack on Christians, you heard nary a word. If the president hadn't mentioned it specifically, we would have never heard about it. And it occurred to me that vandalism is not speech. It occurred to me that threats of violence or actual acts of violence are not free speech. And why is it okay for folks to attack Jewish students because they support some people on the other side of the world, but it's not okay, hypothetically, for somebody to be attacking a mosque? Every American deserves equal protection under the law.
And so I'm going to ask the body to support House Bill 2299. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an unusual bill. It came out of the House Education Committee. I thought it was a terrible bill. It was sent to the Senate. They had an off day and took all the bad stuff out of it. So I urge your support for this bill. I think it's a good bill. It needs to be addressed, and I urge your support for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without addressing the specific merits of HB 2299, I do want to respond to the remarks of my friend from Leavenworth. St. Patrick's Catholic Church and St. Patrick's School are in my district. That's where the vandalism occurred, and it was not ignored. The FBI was on the scene that very day investigating on the basis that this was motivated by religious animus. And I guess the representative from Leavenworth perhaps listens to Fox News. I listen to CNN, and I heard plenty about it on the national news. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Estes, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion that we've had. I believe that this is very important because of what we're seeing happening on our campuses. And I believe that we need to take this action immediately. And with that, I close and recommend that we pass this favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Estes to report House Bill 2299 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
Heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that sub SB 29, sub HB 2299 be passed as amended, HCR 5001, SCR 1611 be adopted.
The speaker recognizes Representative Hoffman to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. The speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that emergency be declared in HCR 5001, substitute for Senate Bill 29, SCR 1611, and substitute House Bill 2299 be advanced to the order of business, final action on bills, and concurrent resolutions.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HCR 5001 by Representative Sutton, a concurrent resolution making application to the Congress of the United States for a limited national convention for the exclusive purpose of proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States establishing term limits for members of Congress.
This constitutes final action on HCR 5001. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Potter Parshall, El Reese,
While we're all here, does anybody wish to explain their vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Collins.
we vote no on HCR 5001. There is a great reason why there is bipartisan opposition to calling for a convention of states year after year in this chamber. If the required number of states pass an Article 5 resolution, it will be Congress who calls the convention and makes the rules, not the states. Constitutional scholars cannot even agree on how it will work, leaving too many uncertainties, particularly in these uncertain and chaotic times. We are unwilling to bet our U.S. Constitution to find out. Representative Collins, Paskin, Neighbor.
Representative Haskins votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Wolcott votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Roser votes no. Minority Leader Woodard is excused. Representative Sawyer Clayton is excused. Representative Hoffman is excused. Representative Roser votes aye. Representative Howell for an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HCR 5001. I am a strong believer in federalism, which is the division of power among the state and federal governments. And I support our Declaration of Independence, which states we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. A vote for this resolution is to support federalism, and the states came first. The states consented to form a federal government. So I rise in support of HCR 5001. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howell is excused. Representative Neely is excused. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative McNorton is excused. Representative Potter Parshall votes aye. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative McNorton is re-excused. Representative Heward is excused. You cannot talk to people along the wall, Representative. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 81 having voted in favor and 43 against, HCR 5001, the same not having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared lost. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 29 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning public health, removing the authorization for a county or joint board of health or local health officer to prohibit public gatherings when necessary for the control of infectious or contagious diseases.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 29. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Howell votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 88 having voted in favor and 36 against the passage of Senate Bill 29, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote.
No, it jumped.
The clerk will read.
CR 1611 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, a proposition to amend Sections 5, 8, and 15 of Article 3 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas relating to the Supreme Court, providing for direct election of justices, abolishing the Supreme Court Nominating Commission, permitting justices to make contributions to and hold office in a political party or organization and take part in political campaigns.
This constitutes final action on SCR 1611. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Getz, L. Ruiz.
Representative Hoheisel is excused. Representative Resman is excused. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative Sanders is excused. Representative Christie Williams is excused. Representative Collins is excused. Representative Ward is excused. Are there any explanation of votes while we're waiting? Representative Silas Miller is excused. Representative Wilburn is excused. Representative Mosier is excused. Representative Getz votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Are there any further changes of votes? Seeing none. With 84 having voted in favor and 40 against, SCR 1611, the same member received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Sub HB 2299 by Committee on Education, an act concerning anti-Semitism, declaring anti-Semitism to be against public policy, defining anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic for purposes of state law.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2299. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The roll is still open. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Simmons votes no. Any further changes? Representative Ohabisam votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 115 having voted in favor and 9 against the passage of House Bill 2299, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends HB 2332 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends SB 197 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 197 as follows: an act concerning economic development, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends HR 6016 be adopted. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 237 be amended by Senate Committee by the whole be passed. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 70 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Taxation recommends HB 2377 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I make a motion to reconsider HCR 1611.
Do you mean SCR 1611? Please note that the maker of the motion has 2 minutes. Others have 1 minute. Does any member wish to speak to the motion? Go ahead, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I urge you to vote against this motion. Please vote no on the motion to reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any other members that wish to speak to the motion? Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I think we should take this back up and change our votes to no, so I'd urge your yes vote on the motion to reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further comments? No? Okay, this motion requires 84 votes in order to pass. A yes vote is a motion to reconsider, meaning that we would go back onto final action for that bill. A no vote means that we do not reopen SCR 1611. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Body, there are boxed lunches outside the House chamber for your consumption. Feel free, partake, have fun. Now, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items on the heading of general orders.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Francis to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good afternoon, everybody. I got to try this out. I heard that I'm a little weak on the gavel. Is that better? Yeah. All right. Next item, or the first item of business is House Bill 2237. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2237, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is about better recruitment and retention through incentives. It amends statute and expands the state's ability to provide awards by allowing for hiring and recruitment bonuses, and it adds or increases that cap from $3,500 to $10,000. $3,500 has, if it's over, that has to be approved by the governor. I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 2237 will give agencies more flexibility to offer employer bonuses as an incentive. It will boost the morale and create a more positive work environment by motivating and rewarding hardworking employees. It also does not apply to legislative or judicial employees, but it allows elected and appointed personnel to participate where they weren't able to do so. In summary, increased bonuses will strengthen KDHE's recruitment and retaining strategy, and I will vote yes, and I hope you will join me in doing so as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. So we got these handy dandy little breakdowns, and I was looking it over, and I'm not exactly sure where the bonuses are.
The bonuses are actually with existing funds. If they actually went above their budgets, then they would have to request a supplemental next year.
So it's in the base bill?
So if you're a secretary or somebody that's overseeing an agency, you have to use existing funds. And so generally there's extra monies available that were not expended. And a lot of times that could be reallocated until the next year. You have the authority to use existing funds for that. So it's not a line item in the budget, no.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Point of order has been called. The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael to state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I observe that very few members are here participating in the debate. I therefore observe the absence of a quorum and ask that a quorum be obtained before further business is conducted.
All right, buddy, we're going to stand at ease for a little while until we get a quorum back in here. Of the board. All right, body, I think we've got a quorum present now. So Representative Ortiz, I believe you had the floor.
Okay, now.
Go ahead, Representative.
Okay, for those who are out getting lunch, I just clarified that we had a handy dandy little breakdown of kind of what was in the bill, and I didn't see specifically for bonuses and other potential items to help recruit for the areas within the government, Kansas government, and I was assured that that is an option, and the agencies still have that option, and that was my clarifying point when which the carrier of the bill did reiterate. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Williams, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2237 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report HB 2237 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2336. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2036, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that HB 233, are we on 6? Okay, just making sure, 2336, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion carries. Next item of business is SB 125. Purpose of carrying SB 125, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 125 is the claim against the state
There's
bill.
a committee report.
Oh, we had committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report. Sorry about that.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
All right, thank you, sir. I should know I need to make that motion every time I come up here. So quite simply, Senate Bill 125 is our annual legislative claims against the state bill. The fiscal note for the claims against the state bill was just a little over $6,400. But we also inserted some items that we needed to address after we passed House Bill 2007, which was our budget bill. We did try to limit some of the items that was put into Senate Bill 125, that we would just address these items because they were what I would say a critical nature of what we needed to address. So in fiscal year 2025, the current fiscal year that we're in, we did allocate, you'll see on the sheets that were passed out, I believe, late last week on your desks in regards to all the additions to Senate Bill 125. There was an addition of $10 million for the 2025 Human Services caseloads. Since those caseloads will be coming out probably after we have adjourned on April 12th, we did have to allocate some money to the State Finance Council that will be looking at those caseloads after we have adjourned sine die, and then see whether or not we would address those caseloads. We put $10 million aside for the State Finance Council. If that's not utilized by the end of the current fiscal year on June 30th, then that money will revert back to the State General Fund. We also, in 2025, allocated $40,000 to establish a task force for the Quindaro Ruins Archaeological Site. I know there was a bill hearing in the House Appropriations Committee, and there was also a bill hearing in Ways and Means, I believe, just this last Monday, just 2 days ago. But we wanted to go ahead and move forward with a task force to discuss the possibility of moving forward with this with all the partners, because as we had the bill hearing in appropriations, they said this has been going on for about 50 years. And so if we want to have something happen with the Quindaro Ruins Archaeological Site, let's go ahead and set up a task force and get the process started. For fiscal year 2026, I want to be completely honest. I did reach out to the governor's office. And she had submitted to us 2 GBAs. We actually adopted both. The first GBA was creating a fund for the Kansas Historical Site Fund, and that was on your Kansas income taxes. You can make a donation basically to the Kansas Historical Society, but there was nothing set up with the Kansas Department of Revenue to transfer the money to the Kansas Historical Society for the Kansas Historical Site Fund. So this just, there's no money involved. This just sets up the funds so the Department of Revenue can transfer those dollars that those Kansans who wish to donate to the Kansas Historical Society can have those funds dispersed into that fund. GBA number 2 was we have been contacted by the federal government, and they're looking at possibly having an immigration detention center, possibly in Lansing. And so this is just a little over $4.1 million, because the concern is that they'll be offering a higher rate of pay than what we have at the Lansing Correctional Facility for our officers. And so this would be a pay differential that the State Finance Council would authorize, and then be able to administer those funds to try to retain the Lansing correctional officers that we currently have at that particular correctional facility. So we did, like I said, we adopted both GBAs that was submitted by the governor's office. We also had bonding. That was one of the items that we did not have in 2007. We have the 3 research universities, Wichita State, Kansas State University, and the University of Kansas, all had bonding requests. We did not do all of them, but we did adhere to those. So it has all the bonding for the 3 research universities, including the Kansas State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab that technically will be the state of Kansas property, but it'll be sitting on the land of the Kansas State University. Some other items, these were just kind of missed over in the recommendations that was made by our budget committees when they came before the Appropriations Committee. For example, there was one for $375,000 for the Commission for the Deaf and the Hard of Hearing, and that's just purely for operations, and that was just accidentally omitted. And so there were just some items that we just had to clean up. And then also on the green sheets, it has a listing of all the items that was added to Senate Bill 125 and the claims against the state. As I mentioned before, the fiscal note was approximately $6,400. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you all know that we followed a new process this year. If you were here before, you were familiar with it. If not, you're brand new, you might think this is what we do, that we shorten our time frame and we do things a little differently, and we have two budgets. Well, we don't usually have two budgets. Normally we have the governor's budget, and then we work from there and develop our own. In this case, we had the legislative budget and the governor's budget, and we tried to work with both in order to put this budget together. I would like to ask a question of the chair, please. Thank you.
Yes.
The question I get more often is, why did we not have an omnibus budget this year, something that we have always had?
The main reason why we didn't have an omnibus budget bill is because the omnibus budget bill was always drafted and created after consensus revenue estimates on April 20th. And we are set to adjourn on April 12th. So we would not have an omnibus budget bill.
The other part of that question has been, what do we do if the consensus estimate, which falls someplace around April 15th, is not what we expect it to be? How will we handle the differences in the budget?
We would handle the differences in the budget because for the current fiscal year that we're in, even if the numbers would change, I don't think it would change that drastically to where we would be negative. So we would be items that we would address in the legislative session of 2026.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions that people, that's all right, take your time, have asked us as well. I think you know there's a lot in this budget, but mostly we did not deal with some of the other areas that are extremely important for us. The one I hear a lot about is special education, that we just 10 million and that's not enough. School districts are complaining that they have to take up to that 92% out of their operation expenses, and that's very difficult for them to do as well. I said earlier that the budget was lean and a little mean. And right now, I think I've heard from other people that it's leaner and meaner because we left out so many important areas that school districts especially might suffer. So I would hope when we come back that we will make some early adjustments if the districts are having a hard time, as well as some of the other agencies as well. This budget, I think because I helped work on it and everything else, I'm still deciding if I'm going to vote for it as well. Under the circumstances, I know we had to cut, but we have some things that we didn't have before that maybe the new people don't understand. We never had a rainy day fund, and we have a rainy day fund now. It was difficult for us to maintain a 7.5 revenue base that we can operate, and we have that. I guess some people would say we did the best we could. I don't agree. I think we could have done a little bit better with this budget. And I hope, as I said before, if there's a shortfall, and districts are having a very difficult time, and agencies are not able to meet the needs that the state is responsible for, that we will make adjustments early in our budget as well. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions for my friend, the chairman.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand the GBA aspects of this. The first one has to do with the Historical Society.
Correct.
And it was prefaced, though, by an allocation that went to Quindaro Ruins or a task force or something related to the Quindaro.
The Quindaro.
I don't think they're tied together, I guess.
No, they are not. No, the Quindaro Task Force, I guess is what we can just abbreviate it to, was actually decided in committee. The fund that is created for the Kansas Historical Site Fund is the fund that the governor had asked in one of her GBAs to have that fund actually created.
And so the money that goes into that fund by way of, I think it's deductions from tax returns, is it?
Donations that
Donations
Kansans can make on
voluntary donations on the
Yes.
tax form. It goes in general to the Historical Society for historic sites as opposed to being directed specifically towards the Quindaro ruins.
Correct. It goes into this fund that could possibly be used for that,
Sure.
but it's all for all historic properties across the state.
Okay. And then the second GBA has to do with making provisions to increase pay for Department of Corrections officers.
Potentially, yes.
Right. And I wanted to dig just briefly into the details. I think we're probably talking about the old Core Civic Detention Center and about it perhaps being reopened as a immigration facility, and that may inflate wages. Is that?
That's what was relayed to me when I met with the governor.
Okay. And so this additional fund that could be allocated for this purpose, is it restricted to Department of Corrections employees in the metropolitan Leavenworth, Lansing area? Or would it be statewide eligibility if you know?
No, it's actually directed towards the State Finance Council, so it'd be whatever the State Finance Council makes a decision on if this were to happen. But I think the action will be taken with the Lansing Correctional Facility. That would be the closest one impacted, not statewide. That's my knowledge when I had the meeting with the governor.
And so what I'm trying to figure out, and I think you answered it, but if the State Finance Council acts, they do not have to provide statewide raises to Department of Corrections employees, but only Department of Corrections employees in a geographical proximity to the core civic facility?
That could be
I don't know. I'm just trying to find.
That's a discussion that could be made in the State Finance Council.
Or they could allocate all of the money if they wanted to corrections facility in Hayes, I take it.
There's no correctional facility in Hayes.
Oh, there needs to be one, yeah.
Well, you can talk to the representative from Ellis about having that commission, but
Let me pick Reno County. It's near to where I live.
now there is one there. No, I think it's basically limited to just the proximity around where if the federal government would decide to have this immigration detention center, then it would be the proximity around there, not initially statewide. Reno County, most likely, I can't speak for all the members of the State Finance Council. I'm only one member, but I would assume that it would be within close proximity to the Lansing Correctional Facility and where this site would be.
One final follow-up question, and I understand that makes good sense. Don't have a problem with the idea. But if the Finance Council wanted to spend all the money in Hutchinson, would this allow them to do that and leave the DOC employees in Leavenworth County without additional compensation?
No, I don't believe so, because if you look at it says the LCF pay differential, so it clearly states in the GBA number 1 that the governor made that it is for the correctional officer pay differentials at Lansing Correctional Facility.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions or anything else to say about this legislation.
Chair recognizes Representative Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. Go for it.
Yes.
So my question is, since special education was mentioned earlier, did the Senate not cut the $10 million that we had requested?
From the items that I received from action by the Education Committee and Senate Ways and Means, and then also when I listened to the debate yesterday, there was exhaustive discussion about special education on the Senate floor. But yet, the action was, yes, they removed the $10 million from House Bill 2007. That is their position. Our position is that we would still have the $10 million in. So that would go into conference and we'd be negotiating on that amount.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate your answer.
Is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports that it reports Senate Bill 125 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Waymaster to report SB 125 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is SB 269. For the purpose of carrying SB 269, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
All righty.
Please continue.
Looks like we are all awake after eating lunch. So this is actually going to be probably one of the shortest tax bills I've ever carried. Senate Bill 269 comes to us on a vote of 40-0 in the Senate. It was actually on the consent calendar. It has to do with prohibiting the Board of Tax Appeals to charge an additional filing fee when there's a claim pending before the Board of Tax Appeals. What happens when you appeal your property taxes is you first do that locally. If you do not get the resolution you want, you can appeal it on further to the State Board of Tax Appeals. When you do that, there's a filing fee. A lot of times these cases don't get taken care of very quickly, and it could be years before you actually get a decision on that. I didn't realize, and I'm not sure a lot of the legislators realize, that if that case carries over to the next tax year, they charge another filing fee for that same parcel, even though they haven't made a decision on the original case. So all we're saying is we're trying to eliminate that fee. You pay it once. If the case is pending, you don't have to pay another fee to keep appealing the same parcel. The House committee did add the clarification that it has to be the same parcel. As the bill came over from the Senate, it seemed like there was a possibility that I could, if I have several properties, I could appeal one property and have a case at the Board of Tax Appeals for that parcel, but then I'd appeal another parcel that was completely separate, and I wouldn't have to pay a fee for that. So we wanted to clarify that this is just on the same parcel. If I'm going to appeal several different parcels, I should probably pay the fee for all of those. So fiscal note on this is not a state general fund fiscal note. This is money that typically goes into or not typically, it does go into the Board of Tax Appeals filing fee fund. And the impact to that fund would be $130,000 in fiscal year 26, $135,000 in 27, and $140,000 in fiscal year 28. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman of the committee did a good job explaining the bill. I rise in support of the bill. And when I first read the bill, I thought, I wonder how much does this happen, where somebody has a case that's carrying on that long, they end up having to pay another filing fee. And then we got the fiscal note, and it's like, wow, this must happen quite a bit. So it's a pro-taxpayer bill. If somebody, that they're appealing their taxes, they go to BOTA, they pay a filing fee, they should only have to pay once until it's resolved. So I'd urge you to vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 269 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to report SB 269 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is Senate Bill 30. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 30, the chair recognizes Representative Sweeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You please continue.
Senate Bill 30 updates Kansas law regarding criminal history record checks for certain employees and applicants, expanding the types of criminal history record information that the Kansas Bureau of Investigation must release to various agencies. The bill was introduced by the Senate Committee on Judiciary at the request of the Kansas Department of Labor to ensure compliance with federal security standards for access to sensitive information. The key provisions of the bill include the Attorney General. The bill requires the KBI to provide additional CHRI for individuals applying for private detective licenses, concealed carry permits, firearm training certification, and private detectives, and bail enforcement agent licenses. State Gaming Agency, the bill expands CHRI access for SGA employment candidates and applicants for tribal gaming licensure, ensuring a more thorough vetting process. For Secretary of Labor, this bill mandates state and national criminal history background checks, including fingerprinting for employees with access to federal tax information from the IRS. This ensures compliance with federal requirements and allows Kansas Department of Labor to continue participation in the Treasury Offset Program. For the State Bank Commissioner, this bill makes technical amendments to align existing law with updated CHRI release requirements for certain employees and applicants under the Commissioner's jurisdiction. The committee adopted an amendment requested by the KBI to further clarify and expand CHRI access for certain agencies. In committee, we heard proponent testimony from the Kansas Department of Labor and the KBI, who emphasized the necessity of these background checks to maintain compliance with federal programs and ensure proper security measures for sensitive information. No opposing testimony was provided. Are there any questions?
Would anybody like to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing the bill. The underlying bill is just fine. The amendment itself is fine as well, but I do want to talk about the process. When we got it, we got the underlying bill and the KBI talked through the bill itself. Then the amendment came and it was basically a separate bill that got dumped on us. The KBI was there to describe what was going on and met with us interveningly, but over the next day, thank you.
Keep it down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But the amendment itself talked about expanding powers of the AG, more records, more fingerprinting, and things like that. And it took us a while. There was nobody there to actually describe what the amendment really was. So we had to take a day break, do our own independent research. And again, before the amendment came on, after the amendment came on, we were talking with the KBI. They helped explain it, but the AG was nowhere to be found. And we weren't able to answer those questions. We had to do our own independent research to figure out, what does this amendment do, and is it good legislation? We ultimately came to the conclusion that yes, it is fine, it's good legislation, but it was needlessly delaying the process. And I would just ask, help us to help you so that we can make good legislation together. Thank you very much, and I stand in support.
Is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Sweeley, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 30 favorably for passage, as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sweeley to report SB 30 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is SB 64. For the purposes of carrying SB 64, Chair recognizes Representative Roser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. I rise before the body to present SB 64. Under current law, members have 30 days to request an administrative hearing on a board decision. Most of these appeals stem from disability decisions being appealed by a member. Historically, CAPERS has exercised flexibility interpreting this deadline, often accepting requests beyond the 30-day period. A recent case highlighted a stricter application of this statute when an administrative law judge denied a member's request because it was filed after the deadline. This bill would implement updates to CAPERS statutes to ensure that Kansas law remains aligned with federal regulations. The updates include 1, changes to the required minimum distribution rules under the IRS Code Section 401A9, reflecting amendments from the Secure 2.0 Act of 2022. Second, compliance with new Treasury regulations issued in July of 2024. Third, expanding the list of eligible retirement accounts for rollovers to include simple IRAs, following changes from the PATH Act of 2015. Senate Bill 64 also includes technical amendments to CAPERS statutes, ensuring that internal references remain accurate and up to date. Over time, various statutory provisions have been modified or renumbered, resulting in outdated cross-references. These updates make no changes to existing plan design or administration. The Senate passed SB 64 as introduced, 40-0 on February 19th of this year. With that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill's fine.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Roser, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report SB 64 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Roser to report SB 64 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item on the agenda is Senate Bill 67. For purposes of carrying SB 67, the chair recognizes Representative Blex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 67 would amend the law regarding the certified registered nurse anesthetists, commonly called CRNAs, and that would expand their scope of certain independent prescription authority to pretty well align with what we've done with APRN. There seems to be a mood to make everything about the same as far as their privileges. And what this bill would do, it would grant an independent prescription authority to prescribe durable medical equipment and prescribe, procure, and administer any drug consistent with the CRNA's education and qualifications. And it would clarify that the prescription and the procurement and the administration of that anesthetic agent is prohibited unless there's an order from a physician or a dentist. And then it would require the CRNA to have a DEA number in order to be able to dispense those drugs. As far as proponents, there was quite a few proponents that was in support of it. A couple opponents, and the bill passed in the Senate 36-4. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a great job of describing the bill.
And I just want to say a few more things about the CRNAs. Currently, they deliver more than 80% of anesthesia delivered annually in Kansas. They are the sole anesthesia providers in most rural hospitals. Of the 105 total counties in the state, anesthesia services are provided in 88, and 74 of those counties are served by CRNAs alone. Currently, CRNAs are the only APRNs in Kansas without prescriptive authority. This bill will allow for the CRNAs to have prescriptive authority, and I urge your support for Sub-Bill SB 67. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Blacks, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee votes on this bill, that they pass Senate Bill 67 out favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Blacks to report SB 67 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is SB 250. For the purpose of carrying SB 250, the chair recognizes Representative Steens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present SB 250.
Representative, I think there was a committee report.
Oh.
You're going to move the adoption of the committee report.
To adopt from our Human and Health Services Committee with amendments. The committee report. Okay. For committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. SB 250 comes from our House Committee on Health and Human Services. This is a bill that would authorize a manufacturer operating in an eligible facility to make available individualized investigative treatments for individuals with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses to request an individual investigational drug, biologic product, or device from such manufacturers. So this bill would not expand the coverage required of an insurer under the insurance code of the state of Kansas. But if a patient dies while being treated, an investigational treatment product, the patient's heirs would not be liable for any outstanding debt related to the treatment or lack of insurance due to the treatment. This bill would prohibit a licensing board for revoking, failing to renew, suspending, or taking any disciplinary action against a healthcare provider's license issued under Kansas Public Health based solely on the healthcare provider's recommendations. We didn't have, for proponents in House Committee, we had the Goldwater Institute provided some testimony. We had some written proponent testimony provided by the representative of Americans for Prosperity. There was no opponent testimony. We had neutral testimony provided by the Kansas Board of Healing Arts. We did have 3 amendments in the House. Witness of consent must be a person unaffiliated with the physician, attestation of a patient to concur, and a patient's estate to be held liable for expenses in case a patient would die during treatment. And for that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there any discussion? For purposes of discussing the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite conflicted with this bill. I will probably vote for it. This bill is really for, in my mind, a very, 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 very small percentage of people or families who can afford the cost of a medication or some type of treatment that can be given that is just, it's for your profile, which I do find it very fascinating that something could be produced or developed, let's say a medication, that is based solely on your genetic profile. I find that very fascinating. But who can afford it? In the bill, it says that the bill could provide that a health plan, third-party administrator, or governmental agency could provide coverage for the cost of an investigative treatment product or the cost of services related to the use of such product under the Act. So this is not mandating insurance, third-party insurance to pay for the treatment. I don't think that the consent section goes quite far enough. We did clarify when we amended the bill, we did clarify that a patient's estate may be held liable for any outstanding debt related to the treatment or lack of insurance due to the treatment if the patient dies during treatment. I don't think we went far enough yet with that because I'm concerned, and maybe the carry the bill has a better explanation, but I'm not sure that family members won't also be held liable if the patient dies during this treatment. That family might be liable for the cost of the treatment. I would urge you to go through the bill and read through it and make a decision for yourself. Vote your district, vote your conscience, but just know that this is for a very, very small percentage of people who might be able to afford this type of treatment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have some concerns after we had the hearing of this bill and contemplated a lot of things. Unfortunately, didn't get an amendment brought very quickly, but my concerns is that we didn't hear from any healthcare providers in the state of Kansas saying they would even give this an option or thought this was a great idea. We didn't hear from any patients in Kansas. So that is a lot of my main concerns. My other concern is historically, when we look at these things, that there was a young woman who was Henrietta Lacks, whose cells were used and have been used for decades, since 1951. And there have been breakthroughs because these cancer cells were immortal and they didn't die off right away. Unfortunately, there was no consent. There was no going back to her family and giving them any type of restitution. There was no admission that she has helped advance us in such a way in the healthcare profession that it was just really disheartening after I had heard kind of what this bill was about. It was also disheartening that it was coming from a business and truly not a need from Kansas, or Kansas constituent or a Kansas institution. So in that respect, looking forward, I get the idea. I understand that people want to have options, which totally can agree with and wanting to make sure. But again, there is an expense. This is not something you can buy for $1,000. It's going to be very expensive for people. So it will be the will of the body, and I would definitely make sure that you read it and understand it and truly do a little bit of a dive into it to truly understand kind of what the potential consequences are, especially for family members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm a lot like the previous two speakers, previous two representatives, in that I've been very torn by this issue because on the one hand, when there's suffering people at the end of life and they need care, you want to help them. But on the other hand, I've seen dying people and desperate people go to places like Tijuana or the Philippines to get very expensive treatments that are ineffective and it bankrupts their family. So people can be taken advantage of because these treatments are very expensive oftentimes. I think if it appears that if this bill becomes law, liability will be reduced for the people providing the treatment, and that bothers me because it removes a safeguard protecting patients from bad actors. But what really bothers me more is that these dying people are often very, very desperate. They have a terminal disease or a debilitating disease, and they're grasping at straws, so unscrupulous people can take advantage of them. What I keep going back to is the fact that treatment options are already available, often at no expense, through clinical trials at research facilities like KU Medical Center. So for me, it's a delicate balance, and it's a balance that's difficult to solve because it's inherent in the problem. We can't amend the bill to get rid of the problems. So while we want to make sure that treatments are helpful, available for patients, we also want to try to keep them from being taken advantage of. I think in the end, I've decided it's a person's right to choose their own identity that outweighs the risks. People may obtain some benefit from choices that will be allowed in this bill, but they also may need to be prepared to live with the consequences of their choices. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Steens, you may close.
I'm short. I really appreciate those who came up here with thoughtful discussion on this bill. I just want to say that, we have a lot of people that, there may be few, we don't know, but people that have a debilitating illness and they don't have any other options or hope. And they're looking for that hope. And a lot of times we have a lot of trials maybe going on in other parts overseas in Europe and those areas, but we don't have them here sometimes in the US. I can speak from my own personal experience. My husband was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer about 1.5 years ago, and there was a trial study and one that they had just developed because they had not done any trials at all on bladder cancer for quite some time. And so you see some of those things, and I can tell you we were very lucky because it had just ended. The insurance company was debating whether or not they were going to cover that, and in the end they did, and I'm happy to say that my husband is doing well. So there's things like this that I think we need to consider, and so I would think about that when voting for this, because there are people that have other things, and it's not just cancer. We had someone else testify about blindness in their family, and it was very genetic, and there's trials going on in other countries, but not always here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the body rises to report, they report SB 250 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Steens to report SB 250 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is SB 79. For the purpose of carrying SB 79, the chair recognizes Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
SB 79 comes to us from the Welfare Committee. First, it passed the Senate 29-11, and the long and short of it is this just directs the Secretary for DCF to request a waiver from the SNAP program to prohibit the purchase of foods considered candy and soft drinks. So we've kind of talked about this subject a little bit in the past, but just want to expand upon it a little bit. So SNAP, for those who don't know, it stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And so when you look at the name, a lot of it is pointed towards assistance for those who need a little bit extra help, which is very understandable. I think the key word in today's bill is nutrition, which when you look at that definition, it's the process of providing or obtaining food necessary for health and growth And I think that's the ultimate goal of this bill, is to move us in a healthier direction. I don't think it's, very uncommon knowledge that we probably all consume too much sugar. I think you look at how much sugar was in the cookies from Chick-fil-A, and that's pretty much a day's serving right there. It's also in pretty much everything else that we eat out there. So really, I think what we're doing is we're just trying to take our tax dollars and say, we're happy to assist, but we want this to be spent in a healthier way. And most of us probably remember the food pyramid from growing up. I know there's some younger people who probably don't know what that is. But they actually redid that in 2011. They call it My Plate to make it a little bit more understandable. They put more of an emphasis on, fruits, vegetables, meat, etc. And there's really no mention of sugar or sugary drinks out there. And this was actually championed by Michelle Obama at the time, because at that point they, I think, recognized we need to do things differently. And if you look at the website for that, again, it talks about all these healthy foods, and even about, like, think about what you drink. It talks about milk or water, but it doesn't, mention anything about sugary drinks or anything like that. So I think we're on the same page as the Obamas on that front. And then kind of lastly, the government already mandates how you can spend money in most other programs, so it's really not uncommon. And also another argument is it's going to be burdensome to businesses, but everything's already tied to technology, and making these changes would be pretty quick. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
I've got a question for you. So how are these C-stores and these grocery stores, you've got somebody working there, know when you're bringing up a Twix bar or a Snicker? I mean, would the vendors be charged for a misdemeanor if they were checking something wrong?
My understanding is that the computer programming would tell them what's allowed to be purchased with the card versus what isn't. So it wouldn't be up to the person checking them out. It'd already be programmed into the system.
I mean, you're dealing with people sometimes that can't even give you change back. So you never know how that's going to turn out. But I just want to make sure that the vendors won't be cold harmless. That was my concern.
Yeah, that's not a concern from my end.
Chair recognizes Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to SB 79. It's a waiver application directing the secretary to apply for that's never been accepted in any other state. The testimony we received was strictly from OSP. The definition of candy bars and sugary drinks is not defined as what you would typically think. I'm pretty sure the Chick-fil-A cookies on your desk would qualify because they contain wheat. We discovered in committee that, a Gatorade would not be acceptable because it's too much sugary drink. I know the carrier of the bill said the intent was nutrition, and I think one could argue that the intent is to direct SNAP recipients and tell them that we know better what's for them to be provided for their family. We had another discussion in committee around SB 79, discussing a hot food waiver that has been utilized by other states for temporary purposes. And I thought about bringing that amendment here, but I'm going to leave that one for another day. But I will leave the chamber with that food for thought. I think that if we're going to go down this road, then maybe that is something that we can do good. During that discussion, the comment was made that, prepared foods are often a treat. And I would say that sugary beverages and candy bars would certainly qualify as a treat. And I think folks that are receiving SNAP benefits also deserve treats. I'd urge your no vote on SB 79. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of appearing bipartisan, the previous speaker stole most of my thunder, and I too considered an amendment, but for various reasons decided not to do it. But I think if we're going to start going down this route, maybe we need to encourage some healthy choices, not just discourage ones that we think might be unhealthy for whatever reason, and that's why I'm a no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Chair. You know, we should consider creating another group of people called poor people or low to moderate income people. This isn't political with me. I have no amendment. I deal with young kids every day. I run a youth program over at the Salvation Army here in Topeka. 40, 50 kids a night. And let me tell you something. A candy bar, a can of pop, it's like a $100 bill. I usually get pop donated, and I take it in there, or soda. And Salvation Army gives us snacks, which is usually not sugar snacks, because that's what they get. And these kids, they can take one a night, and you'd be surprised how many kids will stop and say, can I have another one for my brother at home? It's a big deal with people that don't have the resources to go out and buy soda all the time. At my house, we have soda in the fridge all the time. And some of these kids, they don't see it for months, or else they come to the gym, and if I have it, then they take it. I just don't think this is a good idea. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that it is very difficult to be a poor person in this country. And first, I want to say for the carrier bill, thank you for shouting out Michelle Obama and her trying to make people eat healthy. Seems like you guys are more apt to that nowadays. But this bill feel like it is very difficult to be poor, and there's very little joy in your life when you're poor. For the people in my life that are very poor, the amount of things they have to do for the help that they get, the hand up that they're getting, is such a heavy lift. And for anyone who has had their parents get them a candy bar, or when you're having a bad day at school, or I didn't really grow up, we didn't drink a lot of soda in my household growing up. We were very limited on soda, but for some people, that's all that they have. And for people who don't get a chance to go to Worlds of Fun in the summer, who don't get an opportunity to go to Disney World or travel, sometimes that's all that they have is this little piece of joy. So I hope that people reflect on if we should be continuing to make people feel like they should be ashamed of being poor and be ashamed of asking for help, because for some people, asking for help is one of the bravest things that you can do. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Brownlee Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to urge everyone not to vote for this bill, because if you live in some urban areas and rural areas, we don't have the ability to go to stores, to get to them and try to figure it out. And it costs to be healthy. I think we all should work on being healthy. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's not a poor man's venture. Who wouldn't want 100% orange juice? But you only get so much in stamps, so you got to take the lesser brand. It's not the healthiest thing to do, but that's your option. Also, to buy different meats and things. Prices are going up, and I think we all realize that. And when you don't have a lot of money, you're limited in your choices. Any mother would want to give their child the best that she could. Any father would want to give them the best. But you're limited when you only have X amount. And the amazing thing, it's okay to buy a Twinkie because it has wheat in it, or a Kit Kat because it has wheat in it, and that doesn't make sense at all. And if anything, we need to do everything that we can to make sure that everyone is eating healthy, including us. And again, I appeal to you, please, let's not do this. We can do something better. Because you're right, we want to make everyone healthy, but it's very limited when you only have X amount of dollars to do it. And I used to go to the store for $30. I could walk out with 2 bags. Now I'm still trying to figure out, what did I get? This is unbelievable. So I urge you, you're going to do what you want to do. And if you've never been in that situation, it's not easy. So I urge you not to vote for this bill. And I think we can come up with something better than what we had. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First I want to define or give some background on how we even arrive at those SNAP benefits. I don't know if you're aware of this, but these are federal funds. This isn't even money that Kansas provides. This is allocated by the federal government, and we're just kind of a pass-through. So our part in this is really minimal. We do the application process, we print the cards, and then we kind of regulate it. So the money's already there. It doesn't cost us anything with respect to providing, what is sustenance for those beneficiaries. I heard the carrier of the bill speak, and he said that that we were happy to assist with our tax dollars. Okay. But he said that we should pay close attention to those nutritional requirements, at least meeting those minimal nutritional requirements. Again, that is just basic sustenance. And I would agree that we should be, as elected officials, we should be good stewards of the state's monies, albeit minimal. And I represent my district. And I don't consider myself any better an individual because I was voted into the House of Representatives than anyone in my district. So what's good for them is good for me. And with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Representative, would you like to explain it?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The amendment, in short, requires that those state funds that we provide to manage this SNAP program are no different than the state funds that we provide for our pay. Now, a previous amendment was offered in committee, but that amendment spoke specifically to per diem. We don't get a per diem. Pursuant to KSA 137A, what we get is subsistence. And by definition, I'll read. Subsistence is the action or fact of maintaining or supporting oneself at a minimum level, the minimum income needed for subsistence. So I would say that since we are providing the minimum that's needed, and in line with the whole Maha movement that says we should be healthy, and we should be no less healthy than those people that we represent. Subsistence is specifically called out in this legislation. It is also called out in the legislation that was passed this last term that provided the additional funds for our pay. It references that there would be no change in what we got for a subsistence amount. By definition, it calls that out. So it's no different. So if we're saving taxpayer dollars by not allowing those individuals receiving SNAP benefits, then we should feel exactly the same about those funds that are for us. So for that cash assistance piece, I think we should be no better than those that we represent. And with that, I'll move my amendment and stand for questions.
Yeah, well, yeah. Is there objection to the reading of the amendment? For purposes of discussion on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I challenge germaneness of the amendment.
Germaneness has been challenged. Would the rules chair make a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Humphries, the Rules Chair, to rule on the germaneness of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. So the first requirement that amendments be germane to the underlying bill is found in our Constitution, actually. No bill shall contain more than one subject except for appropriation bills. Okay, so the subject is always going to be the thing that we talk about the most back in the back with the Rules Committee. And in this particular case, the subject matter is completely different. It's a different statute. What the bill is talking about is asking the governor to ask for a waiver for a federal program. The amendment is all about the LCC authority as far as subsistence pay for the legislators. That's under DCF. Really completely different subjects. They both might be about what do we spend money on, but the underlying bill and the amendment are not the same subject and therefore are not germane. The amendment is not germane.
All right. The Rules Chair has ruled that the amendment is not germane. Representative Carr, I believe you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So apparently state funds have party lines that are drawn on them as well. I would like to say that the bill itself is horrible in nature. If there were things that could be done, then why would we not pass legislation that prevented those stores from creating these unhealthy, or those manufacturers from creating all of this unhealthy food? If we're really concerned with making Kansas a more healthy place, then why don't we go after those manufacturers? And I'll tell you why we don't. We don't because they have money.
Representative, don't impugn the motives of people.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Continue.
Thank you, sir. Again, one of our colleagues mentioned in an earlier debate that votes weren't for sale. Well, I don't know, because we don't go after those people that have the money. We're not.
Representative, you're impugning the reason that people cast their votes. Please continue. Stay on the bill.
I'm going to call a point of order there as well. The statement that I made is made many times. People get up here and they say things like, I can't tell you how to vote. I know how you're going to vote. That I don't understand what the difference is. You know, that's not impugning what someone's vote is. If saying, I know you're probably not going to vote this way, if that's not impugning a vote, then I don't know what is.
Representative, stay on the bill.
I was on the bill until you told me to explain something differently. And so back to the bill. I don't understand why we don't come up with alternative legislation that requires those manufacturers to sell something or to provide something different for sale in our Kansas retail outlets. I don't know why we choose to attack those people on the very bottom rung of the ladder and put all of these restrictions on them. Those same restrictions for the same state dollars that we are unwilling to put on ourselves. I stated this earlier, I'm not any better than anyone in my district. I just wonder which one of us can say the same thing about themselves and those people in their district. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 79, money talks.
Chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Would the carrier of the bill please stand for a question? Thank you. You're very tall. So veterans are on SNAP benefits. So how does this impact a veteran who is getting SNAP benefits through the state if they wanted to go and buy a candy bar or have a soft drink?
It should be treated like all the other people on the program.
Thank you. So someone who has served their country, possibly gone to war, if you're in that global war on terrorism age, would not be able to buy a candy bar or a soft drink. So I just want to put that out there.
Chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
While we're on the subject of money, I think the colloquy I had last session when I was on child welfare is interesting. I asked one of the opponents, who was a lobbyist for convenience stores, why it should matter to them that the money that we gave in SNAP was going to buy milk rather than pop. And he said, that's easy, profit, because we make more profit. The profit margins are larger on the candies. So if we're talking money and you want to promote profits for the convenience stores, then vote against this bill. If you want to vote in favor of the health of kids, then I would vote in favor.
Chair recognizes Representative Susan Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, oftentimes kids will want things that parents, sometimes you don't want to give it to them, you can't give it to them, you can't afford it, that kind of a thing. And sometimes kids see when they go home, or they go to school rather, and if their child is living in poverty or have just very limited means, they'll go to school and they will compare themselves to other kids. And other kids might be able to bring their own lunch. And a minute ago, we were passing around some really nice little candy bars, those little tiny ones. And sometimes kids, you know, you put those in your kids' lunch boxes sometimes. But the kids that are dependent on like SNAP benefits don't get that. And they often compare themselves to other children and they feel less than. Many of us, I'm sure, came from families that, you know, we didn't have a lot. And there were things that we had to limit. If you were from a family that had a lot of kids, then you were one of the younger kids, you might have had, you know, your sister's or your brother's clothes that was passed down to you. And you would often feel like, wow, I wish I had something new. This is what happens to families. And how do you think the parents feel when they can't provide even a little candy bar for their kid? I know when I get a little candy bar, that little piece of chocolate I got just kind of perked me up. It hits that part of the brain that kind of makes us happy. Who doesn't want that for their child? And what parent doesn't feel bad about not being able to even give them a little stinking little piece of candy because they're trying to use their SNAP benefits and they can't use it for that? I do the grocery shopping for my family every week. And we all know those prices are going up. And we try to eat as healthy as possible, lots of fruits and vegetables. That's very costly. It costs a lot to even be able to have that. I can't imagine what it's like to try to raise a family on SNAP benefits. It's not very much. And you're constantly having to figure out what's going to be good, what's not going to be good. What can I buy on this? What can't I buy with this? It feels like to me that this is a war on poverty. We're trying to make those who are poor feel really bad, feel worse than they probably already feel. Instead, we should be helping them and propping them up. This is part of why they even get the SNAP benefits, and it's not very much. We can just be kinder people. That's all. We don't have to feel like we have to control everybody's lives. Because at the bottom of this, it feels like to me, this is about control. I'm going to tell you as a legislator what you can buy and what you can eat, what you can't eat and what you can't eat. This is not up to us to do. I strongly urge you to vote no on SB 79. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come up here in support of SB 79 for this waiver with the federal government. That doesn't mean, because I support this bill, that I think the SNAP program is perfect. It's far from perfect. There's a lot of things that we could improve upon. But I will say that we want to set a tone, not only from a fiscal standpoint, but from also a health and well-being standpoint. We know that a lot of sugary, intense foods are not good. We need to encourage and set the tone as a state that we want to encourage healthy choices, healthy lives, and this is one way we can do it. I do think the conversation is a little bit broader, which unfortunately we're not the federal government, so we don't have the jurisdiction of the SNAP program, but we do have a federal delegation that does work on farm bills. I've had the privilege of working on farm bills for 2 different members of Congress from Kansas, and there are opportunities we could have conversations and dialogues with our federal representatives if we want to make some improvements with the SNAP program. For example, if you wanted to allow the ability for a person on that benefit to pick up a rotisserie chicken from the grocery store, I think that's a healthier choice than some of the benefits or some of the foods that you could use right now under the SNAP program. But unfortunately, we're not here to debate those things. I think that's a longer conversation. In my community of Salina, we don't have a grocery store on the north end of town. And that's, again, that's another conversation that has to be dealt with locally, but it is something that many communities are working on. So I just didn't want the tone to, I didn't like the way the tone of this conversation was going, because I know there's a lot of people on my side of the aisle that want to support things like our farmers markets, where you can use your SNAP benefits and get locally sourced foods that are healthy and you know where your food comes from. So with that being said, I would ask for your support of SB 79 to set the tone that the state of Kansas wants to encourage healthy choices and healthy lives, especially with our youngest that are growing up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sitting here listening to the debate, I just wanted to add a little bit of context about SNAP in Kansas. About 6% of all Kansans receive SNAP benefits, and I think it's really important to note that 36% of those are people who are senior citizens or people who are disabled. I just looked at my handy dandy grocery app where I order groceries because I do shop for a family of 4, and I can tell you it's quite expensive. The average SNAP benefit per person is about $6 a day. I want everyone to really think about that. And I also want to think that if sometimes decisions come down in families between the right food or what you might consider the right food and enough calories so that your child doesn't go to bed hungry, or that as a senior you don't go to bed hungry, or as a disabled person you don't go to bed hungry. And I just think that I feel very fortunate. I've never been in the position where I've had to make those choices in my life. And I've always been able to buy the food that I wanted to buy for my children. But I think we have to recognize that just isn't the case for everybody. I urge you to oppose this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Auerkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. So I think it's important to just say that there's a lot of states looking at this similar legislation. They're passing it, they're getting it through. You know why? I think it's because what we all know to be true is now starting to be backed by a lot of data and a lot of research. A high consumption of sugary drinks and foods does have negative health impacts. Think of the cost of healthcare, think of the cost of Medicaid expenses. And I'll just finish with, an article. There's a doctor report out of Stanford University said their study showed eliminating soda and sugary drinks from food stamp purchases would save 141,000 kids from obesity and 240,000 adults from type 2 diabetes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Representative, is this your third time? You only get to come twice. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Bergkamp, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion from both sides on this, and I just want to convey that we're not trying to pick on anybody. I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to do the right thing here. It's just a matter of how we go about it. After being up here for several years, I've got to know most people here, and I think all of us have kind hearts. It's just how we solve problems and look at them. So I guess want people to know that I think we all have good intentions. It's just a matter of maybe how we're trying to address it. And so at the end of the day, I do think this is good policy to encourage better behavior. I think it leads to many good outcomes. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body committee arises and reports SB 79 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bergkamp to report SB 79 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is Senate Bill 135. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 135, the chair recognizes Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
Thank you. SB 135 addresses protection orders under the Protection from Abuse Act. The bill outlines the court's authority to issue various protective orders to prevent abuse, including restraining orders, custody arrangements, support payments, and other measures to ensure the safety of the plaintiff and minor children. It specifies conditions under which these orders can be modified and emphasizes the precedence of child-related orders issued under the Protection from Abuse Act.
The bill also details the legal consequences of violating these orders and provides for the extension of protective orders under certain conditions. This bill went through the Senate and passed 39-0. The proponents in our Judiciary Committee were the Kansas Judicial Council and the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. To recap, this bill clarifies that the statute regarding the precedence of child-related orders and protection from abuse act cases, and the bill aims to make the statute easier to read and understand without changing the intent, except for including guardianship orders. I believe this bill will improve the readability and consistency in family-related cases.
You're ready to stand for questions?
I'm sorry, I stand for questions.
Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No questions. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job summarizing it. I urge your support. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, Representative Barth, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I move when the body rises and reports, the body passes SB 135 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Barth to pass SB 135 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is SB 156. For the purpose of carrying SB 156, the chair recognizes Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I would move for the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present House Bill 156. House Bill 156 comes to us from the Senate, where it passed 40-0. This bill has to do with laser pointers, and there's two different types of crimes established in here with the use of a laser pointer. So first is when you use a laser pointer on a law enforcement officer while they're performing their official duties. The reason why and what this came out of was Highway Patrol testified that as an example, that while some highway patrolmen were at a party, it was just going to be a simple, hey, keep the noise down. Someone from a distance pointed a laser at the officer. Now, the officer obviously didn't know, is this a firearm? They don't know what's going on, which caused a very minor, not big situation into an incident. And the second part is shining a laser at aircraft. Now, you wouldn't think that would be a big deal, but as law enforcement and other pilots have talked about in the past, it can be very dangerous. So what happens was these little, very small lasers, you point it at the window of an aircraft, and it just goes across the entire windshield. It takes away the pilot's night vision, and obviously if they're flying at low altitudes, in a law enforcement capacity, maybe they're looking for a bad guy, or in a regular aviation capacity, maybe they're in final approach to land. So this can be extremely dangerous. When it comes to the law enforcement side, if they're pointing it at just a law enforcement officer, that would change it to a Class A misdemeanor. At aircraft, it's a level 9 felony. Speaking of aircraft, there is current federal regulations against pointing a laser pointer at aircraft. So this is just bringing it to the state side, so state and local law enforcement can do something about this. Proponents on this bill were the Kansas State Troopers Association, Kansas Chiefs Police, Sheriff's Association, Kansas Peace Officers Association. There was no opponents. Bids were neutral on it. There was an amendment in committee, and that was just changing the date of when it was going to be implemented. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of this bill did an excellent job. 2 in a row. Let's see if the streak can continue. I urge your support.
Is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Barrett, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to clarify, it sounds like I said House bill. This was a Senate bill. So, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report Senate Bill 156 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Barrett to report SB 156 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is SB 157. For the purpose of carrying SB 157, the chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 157 addresses criminal procedures related to the release of defendants prior to trial and forfeiture of appearance bonds. We did amend this in committee to create a stair step of mandating the remission to a 90%, 75%, and 50% of the bond amount with days addressed. We also amended this in committee to include Senate Bill 244, which pertains to the regulations surrounding the release of individuals prior to trial in Kansas. And we also included language that requires the statement of facts sufficient to show probable cause for a search warrant be made by a law enforcement officer. The proponents stated how law enforcement should be allowed to request search warrants to protect citizens from unreasonable government intrusion and protect that moving forward. I will stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job as well, but we're going to have to break our streak here. So, this is what happens when you bundle bills. You have good bills and you have bad bills, and you put them all together, and then we come out with something that not everybody can support. So let's sort of go through this. First of all, I do want to say, so the carrier did explain one of the amendments, which I wasn't able to fully explain in caucus because I had forgotten to include that into my bill brief. But the amendment itself on Senate, Senate Bill 157 was that this stair-step approach. So 90% return back to bail bondsmen after 90 days. 75% after 91 to 180 days, 50% 181 to 270 days. So that's different than what I have in the bill brief, and I think that does make the bill better. The original bill passed 31-9 in the Senate. I think the bill is better. It provides more skin in the game for the bail bonds industries, but there's also just sort of this underlying conflict of why are they necessarily getting reimbursed at all when it goes against what normally happens in a court of law, where you typically, a defendant leaves, regardless of whether it's no fault of their own or not, they don't get the money back. And you can deal with this without governmental interference. You can deal with this with issues of better policies and procedures, better regulations on the bail bond industry, that they can better police themselves. It's okay. It's fine. It's not great. Senate Bill 138, good. That passed 40-0, and I'm happy to support it. But it's included in the rest of this bill. And then Senate Bill 244, which passed the Senate 37-3. I think, in my opinion, it is even worse than 157. I was willing to say to my caucus, with 157 and with 138, we could support this bill. But with 244, which is basically a giveaway to the bail bond industry, and what's going on here is, once again, they're saying another group outside of our industry is not playing fair. And instead of competing with them to move where they are or finding better ways to compete.
Keep it down.
Thank you. Better than finding better ways to compete, they're coming to the legislature once again and saying, I don't want to move here. I want everyone to move here, and we're all going to compete on the same playing field legislatively. That isn't the way that it needs to work. Again, they can do things differently internally and solve the problem themselves and be more competitive themselves. That is what we'd like, right? That's what we want. Less governmental interference, more reliance on businesses being competitive independently. So why isn't that happening here? So we have 3 different bills, and I told my caucus, I kind of like 1.5 of them, and I kind of don't like 1.5 of them, and tie goes to saying no on this. I'm going to be a no vote, and I leave it to the will of the body on how they want to vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the body rises and reports, to report Senate Bill 157 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report SB 157 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business today is SB 77. For the purpose of carrying SB 77, Chair recognizes Representative Brantley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present SB 77. This bill is from the Legislative Modernization Committee, and there were no amendments.
Please continue.
There was one proponent for this very uncontroversial bill that was passed out of committee unanimously. The one proponent was the Secretary of State's office. There were no opponents and no neutral testimonies. There was also no fiscal effect. SB 77 addresses concerns regarding how a member of the public is notified of a proposed revocation of rules and regulations so that they may have an expedited opportunity to request public hearing. This bill would require state agencies to provide written notice in a reasonable amount of time to businesses, local governmental units, and members of the public that may be affected by the proposed revocation. If a business, local government unit, or public member requests a hearing, the agency is responsible for scheduling and publishing notice of that hearing. The bill would also remove any abolished or inactive state agencies from the 5-year agency review requirement of the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. I respectfully urge for your support for SB 77, and with that, I stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a great job explaining the process in committee and the contents of the bill. I urge your support. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Brantley, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully urge your support for SB 77, and when the body rises and reports, you vote favorably. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Brantley to report SB 77 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. And with that, body, we're going to stand at ease for just a minute. Body, we're going to be at ease for probably 15, 20 minutes while the Republicans go to caucus on the remaining bills. So we're now at ease.
Republicans, we will be calendaring in the old Supreme Court room, so go head to the old Supreme Court room. Members will not be in the aisle.
All right, body, are we ready to get started again? I got to try this gavel out. They say I've got a wimpy gavel. Was that better? All right. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 87, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. All right, the next item of business today is SB 89. For purposes of carrying SB 89, the chair recognizes Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. There were no committee amendments on SB 89.
You may continue.
Okay, thank you. SB 89 is a poultry bill. It's a bill that authorizes the Secretary of Agriculture to adopt rules and fees for the Poultry Disease Control Act. What that really does is the Kansas Department of Agriculture has been involved in the Poultry Disease Control Act since.
Continue.
The Poultry Disease Control Act came into being in 1945, and it is a program that keeps us into compliance with the National Poultry Improvement Project. That is the program that has propelled the poultry industry forward and has propelled increased the safety and decreased cost of poultry products as we know them today. Now, this is a really good bill in it that it does not increase spending, it actually decreases spending. The Kansas Department of Agriculture has run this program with fees taken out of other fee funds since 1945. This would enable the Animal Health Commissioner to assess reasonable fees to the industry and the people that receive benefit from this. It's also good because it is not mandatory. This is a strictly voluntary program, so no one is seeing any increased regulation because of this. The incentive for participating in this program is it allows Kansas producers to send hatching eggs and chicks across state lines. You can't do that legally unless you're part of the National Poultry Improvement Program. So this is a fairly narrow bill. This just controls pylorium typhoid in chickens, which was the disease that suppressed poultry production for years. There is some concern about what effect this has on people that want to exhibit their poultry, like at the state fair, county fairs. This should not change with this bill.
It also is not a bill to increase regulation of backyard poultry or poultry kept for exhibition purposes. This is a really good bill, and I'd be glad to stand for any questions on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Featherstone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a fine job explaining the bill. It's an important program that we need to support.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Gardner, you may close.
When the body rises reports, I move that they report House Bill 89 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Gardner to report SB 89 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is SB 97. For the purpose of carrying SB 97, the chair recognizes Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no House committee amendments to this, so we'll just jump on into it. SB 97 there allows for non-highway vehicles to not be registered as provided in 8-135. And upon sale of any of the non-highway vehicles, the purchaser shall obtain a non-highway vehicle title. It's just a way to prove ownership as it moves forward. The bill also requires a vehicle dealer that acquires the used all-terrain or worksite utility or recreational off-highway vehicle or motorcycle that would otherwise qualify as a non-highway vehicle to apply to the county treasurer for a dealer inventory only title. The bill would require a $10 fee and either a bill of sale or a certificate of title to accompany the application for the dealer inventory only title. Senate Bill 97 was introduced by the Senate Committee on Transportation. It did pass the Senate 40-0. And just as a high level, what's the bill really do for OHVs or off-highway vehicles? It allows for the trade-ins to dealerships of the vehicles that do not currently have the title, as long as you can prove ownership, and requires the dealership to get the title for the vehicle moving forward. So pretty simplistic bill. And with that, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much. There's no problem with the bill. However, do you stand for a question? I'm looking at the board. Do you see any? I only see my white light on. Do you?
Mine's on in spirit.
Yours. There's two. I don't see a badge on it. My eyes are getting old. I just wanted to check on something like this.
Keep going, sir. You know how many pennies that will be?
Just wanted to mention it while we're here. Thank you very much, and I'm supportive of the bill, and I'm actually very supportive of his contribution of $4 later on.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Delperdang, you may close.
Committee, excuse me, committee, you heard the previous speaker. Can I borrow $4? So I don't see anybody standing up, so I guess we'll just continue on here. Let's see. Like I said, Republicans, I had to rely on the Democrats.
No money to be exchanged at the well.
Oh, with that, Mr. Chair, since I've already been gavelled once here, I move that when the committee rise and reports, it reports Senate Bill 97 favorably for passage. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Delberdang to report SB 97 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item on the agenda today is SB 104. For the purposes of carrying SB 104, the chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments on Senate Bill 104. As counties grow to a larger size, the need arises to have a Citizens Commission on Local Government to provide an ongoing evaluation of government's efficiency and responsiveness to commissioners. The Citizens Commission provides a structured mechanism for community input, allowing residents who voice concerns and recommendations about local governance. Senate Bill 104 would grant the authority to establish a Citizens Commission on Local Government in every county in this state having a population of more than 170,000 and not more than 200,000. The bill provides for the makeup of the commission, and all appointees will be residents of the county. This bill would amend KSA 19-2670 to read that a Citizens Commission on Local Government in every county in this state having populations that guideline may have a Citizens Advisory Commission instead of the current wording that such counties shall have a Citizens Advisory Commission. In short, this bill, if passed, would make the commission voluntary while it is now mandatory under a strict interpretation of that statute. And the legislation that originally provided for the Citizens Commission was done to facilitate a need in Wyandotte County, although that county no longer falls into that population window. And that was before the establishment of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and KCK. And Shawnee County currently does fall within the 170,000 to 200,000 population range. That is Wyandotte County's current populations, 169,248, while Shawnee County is 178,909. And proponents of this bill are Shawnee County and the City of Topeka and the Kansas Association of Counties. And there were no opponents to this bill. And the Kansas Association of Counties indicated that there would be a fiscal impact for counties in the $170,000 to $200,000 range, but could not be estimated at this time. So in short, this just gives the Shawnee County the option to have this, or the option not to have this commission, because the statute now says that they shall have the commission. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill and uses the magic local government words, allow, not require. So I encourage a yes vote.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Collins, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports Senate Bill 104 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Collins to report SB 104 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. Next item of business, the chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion on SB 227.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 227, appearing under the order of business general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by the majority leader. All of those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. Next item of business today is SB 13. For the purposes of carrying SB 13, the chair recognizes Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments.
Proceed.
Senate Bill 13 comes to us from the Senate Committee on Government Efficiency via our Fed and State. This bill passed the Senate 40-0 and came out of committee unanimously. It's basically a efficiency bill where the Secretary of State's office in the past has traditionally received reports which are actually available online or through other mechanisms. The Secretary of State's office looked at some of these reports, thought that if the agencies or the organizations were no longer required to file them, it would be good efficiency for both them and for the state. The examples being like labor unions, employee organizations, their copies of their bylaws were supposed to be filed with the Secretary of State, a paper copy. The information is actually available online with the U.S. Department of Labor. Some information from the State Board of Regents, the Secretary of Revenue, the Kansas Water Office as far as stream bank easements, which those are actually available at the local county register of deeds. There was also an example provided by the testimony that we heard from the Secretary of State's office of what were called bonded warehouses, that back in the day, if you kept items in the bonded warehouse, they had no property tax on them, but that is sort of no longer applicable, and there's very few bonded warehouses available anymore. The basic fiscal impact of this would be about a $17,000 savings, most of which is coming from IT that would money that would have to be spent as far as when we update to the KBOS system, as far as programming time for some of these reports was actually somewhat involved. And there were no opponent testimonies, and there was one neutral from one of the labor organizations. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a good bill. Let's clean it up.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Wagner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 13, with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that we report Senate Bill 13 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wagner to report SB 13 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move you rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes.
See, we're getting a little feisty as we are concluding our business today. The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that HB 2237, SB 67, SB 79, 77, 97, 104, 13 be passed. SB 125, 267, 30, 64, 250, 135, 156, 157 be passed as amended. HB 2336, SB 87, SB 227 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Francis to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it and the committee report is adopted. The Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard for a ask.
What all can I ask for? No, just kidding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, when in the hubbub after the judicial selection, I voted the wrong way on House Bill 2299. So what I would ask for unanimous consent to change my no vote to a yes vote.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Body, we will stand at ease for a few minutes. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that emergency be declared and House Bill 2237, Senate Bill 125, Senate Bill 269, Senate Bill 30, Senate Bill 64, substitute for Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 250, Senate Bill 79, Senate Bill 135, Senate Bill 156, Senate Bill 157, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 104, and Senate Bill 13 be advanced to the order of business. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HB 2237 by Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning state agencies relating to the Employee Award and Recognition Program, authorizing hiring, recruitment, and retention bonuses, increasing the limitation on such award or bonus to $10,000, eliminating the Secretary Administration's authority to adopt rules and regulations, requiring such secretary to submit an annual report to certain legislative committees concerning such awards and bonuses.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2237. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2237, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 125 by Committee on Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2025, June 30, 2026, and June 30, 2027 for state agencies, authorizing and directing payment of certain claims against the state, authorizing certain capital improvement projects and fees, authorizing certain transfers, imposing certain restrictions and limitations, directing or authorizing certain disbursements, procedures, and acts incidental to the foregoing.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 125. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 125, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 269 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning taxation relating to the State Board of Tax Appeals, prohibiting a filing fee when a previous appeal remains pending before the board.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 269. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 269, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 30 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal history record information relating to state and national criminal history record checks, authorizing the Attorney General and the State Gaming Agency to receive more criminal history records, updating criminal history record language related to the State Bank Commissioner, requiring the Secretary of Labor to conduct such checks on employees who have access to federal tax information.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 30. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 30, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 64 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, adjusting certain internal references, extending the time for filing administrative appeals, updating provisions relating to compliance with the Federal Internal Revenue Code.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 64. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 64, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Sub Senate Bill 67 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health professions and practice relating to the regulation of nursing, authorizing registered nurse anesthetists to prescribe, procure, and administer drugs consistent with the nurse's education and qualifications.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 67. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Susan Ruiz votes aye. Representative Melton votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of Senate Bill 67, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 250 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and healthcare relating to treatments for life-threatening illnesses, enacting the Right to Try for Individualized Treatments Act to permit certain manufacturers to make individualized investigative treatments available to eligible requesting patients.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 250. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative McNorton votes aye. Representative Hubert votes aye. Representative Corbett votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Brownlee Page votes no. Representative Sawyer votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 97 having voted in favor and 26 against the passage of Senate Bill 250, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 79 by Committee on Government Efficiency, an act concerning public assistance relating to food assistance, directing the Secretary for Children and Families to request a waiver from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program that would allow the state to prohibit purchase of candy and soft drinks with food assistance.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 79. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Roth votes aye. Representative King votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 65 having voted in favor and 58 against the passage of Senate Bill 79, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 135 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning certain protection orders relating to the Protection from Abuse Act, providing precedents of child-related orders issued under the Protection from Abuse Act.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 135. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 135, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 156 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure, creating the crime of unlawful use of a laser pointer, providing criminal penalties therefore.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 156. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 156, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 157 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal procedure relating to search and seizure, requiring the statement of facts sufficient to show probable cause, justifying a search warrant to be made by a law enforcement officer, relating to release prior to trial, forfeiture of appearance bonds, requiring warrants for failure to appear to be given to sureties, allowing bond forfeiture to be set aside in certain circumstances if a surety can show that the defendant was deported from the United States, requiring remission in certain circumstances, prohibiting a compensated surety from making a loan for certain portions of the minimum appearance bond premium required.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 157. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Helgerson votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 89 having voted in favor, and Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Seeing no further changes, with 88 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of Senate Bill 157, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 77 by Committee on Government Efficiency, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations requiring state agencies to provide notice of revocation thereof, removing certain abolished or inactive state agencies from the 5-year agency review requirement.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 77. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 77, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 89 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning agriculture relating to poultry disease control, authorizing the Commissioner to adopt rules for establishing fees related to the Poultry Disease Control Act, prohibiting the shipment of poultry into Kansas unless such poultry meets plan requirements, establishing an annual participation fee for the National Poultry Improvement Plan, a certification fee for persons performing testing and diagnostic services, and a fee for providing testing or diagnostic services related to pulmonary, typhoid, and authorizing the Commissioner to revoke plan participation for failure to pay the annual plan participation fee within a 60-day grace period.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 89. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 89, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 97 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor vehicles relating to certain non-highway vehicles, requiring vehicle dealers to obtain a dealer inventory-only title for any used all-terrain vehicle, worksite utility vehicle, recreational off-highway vehicle, or motorcycle that such dealer obtains.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 97. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Haskins votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 7 against the passage of Senate Bill 97, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 104 by Committee on Local Government Transparency and Ethics, an act concerning counties relating to citizens' commissions on local government, granting certain boards of county commissioners discretion to create such commission.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 104. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Humphreys votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of Senate Bill 104, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 13 by Committee on Government Efficiency, an act concerning the Secretary of State, relating to the filing of public records with the Secretary of State, eliminating the requirement for labor organizations to file such organizations' constitution, bylaws, and annual reports and fees associated with such filings, eliminating requirements for the Board of Regents to file reciprocal agreements for use of educational facilities, eliminating the requirement for the Secretary of Revenue to file an annual report and list of tax indebtedness and liabilities, eliminating the requirement that riverbank easements be filed, eliminating requirements for warehousemen to be licensed by the Secretary of State and for filing any associated records.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 13. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 13, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2294 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated a substitute for House Bill Number 2294 as follows: an act concerning child care, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2346 be amended by substituting with the new bill to be designated a substitute for House Bill Number 2346 as followed: an act concerning economic development, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 241 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 204 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 186 be amended on page 1 and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 138 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill Number 138 as follows: an act concerning the Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act, and the substitute bill be passed.
Is there any objection to returning to that order of business, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions? Seeing no objection, the clerk will read.
House Concurrent Resolution 5015 by Committee on Taxation, requested by Representative A. Smith on behalf of Representative Hill, a concurrent resolution urging the United States Department of Education to distribute certain federal monies for education in the form of block grants to the state.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate concurs in House amendments to SB 78. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on SB 14, announcing passage of SB 69, announcing passage of House Bill 2046 as amended, HB 2048 as amended, HB 2068 as amended, HB 2107 as amended, HB 2312 as amended, announcing passages of sub HB 2102, HB 2185. Senate Bill Number 69 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning economic development.
Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdill.
On. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda tomorrow morning, 7:55. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Schreiber. And neighbor.
Let me get this for you.
I'm very short. We are up here today to say that next week is one of the most important times of our year.
The shrimp peel is coming back a week from tonight at Heritage Hall on the north side of the Expo Center. Everybody's invited. Staff are invited. Past legislators may be there, and it's going to be a great time. But the Senate is busy fundraising, and so we need to up our game. You can write a check out of your campaign account directly to Kansas Special Olympics. You can give it to me or Cindy or Sean Miller. There were others listed on that sheet that we handed out last week. But think of what we really need are live auction items. These are auction items that are a little bit bigger than normal and will bring a lot of money in. All the proceeds, 100% goes to Kansas Special Olympics. The lobbyists are paying for all the food, the rental on the building and so forth. So 100% of the proceeds from the auctions, from the checks, et cetera, go to Kansas Special Olympics. We want to beat the Senate again this year. And so get a hold of me, Representative Neighbor, whoops, and we'll take care of beating the Senate again.
And by the way, this is all you can eat. So come with an appetite, but also come with your checkbooks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a reminder, tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, we will have our prayer coffee. And so it'll be in room 142. Hope to see you there. And this is open not only to legislators, to staff and office assistants, open to everybody that wants to come. Thank you.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm kind of maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves right now, but I was having a meeting with the Senate Ways and Means Chair. And so right now, we haven't read in the non-concur to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2007, but we should be doing that probably tomorrow. But where the anticipation is to have conference on 2007 and 112 North at noon tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker recognizes Speaker Hawkins.
I am looking out for my colleagues here. The Statesman Committee are getting really anxious on these fines, so watch yourself. They're trying to raise a bunch of money for the Special Olympics, and I think they're going to hit me hard tomorrow. So I'm just telling everybody, watch out, because they are on the prowl to get some fines.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker stand by. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Nope, adjourn. I'm gonna adjourn. We're good.
Never mind, he changed it. Motion to adjourn.
It's good with that? Y'all don't want to stay later, do you? Okay, just making sure you don't want to stay later. Republicans, we're going to sleep in and we're going to calendar at 8, not 7:55. In the old Supreme Court. Again, we'll be on the floor at 9:30. There are about 22 bills. And I'm going to go ahead and read them right now. Since we went past 4 o'clock, I thought we'd get there. So, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the House Rule 1502, posting of the sequence for succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for Thursday, March 20th. You guys ready? Here we go. Now, it'll come out right after this. So, anyways, HR 6016, SCR 1602, HCR 5013, SB 87, HB 2131, HB 2336, HB 2377, SB 227, SB 35, HB 2318, HB 2294, SB 237, SB 51, SB 197, SB 137, SB 44, SB 45, SB 186, SB 241, SB 204, and SB 117. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Thursday, March 20th at 9:30 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're adjourned.